authorization. See, we got this. All right. Ray is on mute, so Ray can't hear me yet.
Actually, I can.
Yay! Hi.
Hello.
I was debating if it would be easier for you to watch the stream or if I try to share my screen, if it might be like, what's the word? Easier, faster for you to see it? I'm not sure.
Yeah, because there is definitely a delay. It's like a 10-second delay, it seems.
And then I know Blackberry Honey did not have a category, so we're just going to have to put it under chatting as I drop the remote. Let me know if I know what I'm doing. If I know what I'm doing. Haha, plot twist. And the answer was I didn't. Hydrate. Actually, wait, I think someone said dehydrate earlier and I never did it because I was too distracted. Is this a girl love visual novel? Yes, it is. That is why Ray is joining me today because she is going to be the other girl.
Yes, I'm here.
Did I hit save? All right. Did I put the name in right? So Leah is romancing Ray today? Yes. Accurate. That is accurate. That is fair. Now, if I do that, is that faster for you? Do you see this faster now?
Okay, I'm reacting now to what you said just a second ago, so.
Oh no, it's not faster. You
It's
know,
fine.
yeah.
I'm not well, it's fine.
The sound is so loud. Oh my goodness. We update that really quick. All right, I'm gonna stop sharing just so I'm not like crashing all my things since that didn't fix the problem. Is this working? Is this going down? Oh, okay. I got it. I got it. I'm like, nothing's happening. Now the real question is, are there voices in this one? Because we'll have to turn those off too. I've heard of this game before. The art looks so cute. Yeah! So I got this one forever ago when it was on sale. Do I have the link for it? I think I saved the link for it in my Excel file. Hang on, copy. One sec, I'm just gonna share the link for this game in chat for y'all if you want to look at it. All right. The night sky was dark. A few stars twinkled up above, just tiny pinpricks, like split granules of sugar. Yeah, I got this. The stars looked so small and far away, it tugged at something within the young woman's heart. Was this the same sky before she could see? Boomba game. Yes, exactly. Were these stars the same stars? Was this moon the same moon? She didn't know. She hadn't seen her family in so long. Can you guys hear me? It sounds so windy on my headset. But she couldn't think about that now. If she did, she was sure she could cry, and she didn't want to do that. She refused. She's always been stubborn. That was how she ended up in this mess. What's the mess? The girl had been riding in the back of a horse-drawn cab for upwards of 14 hours from 7 o'clock in the morning to 9 o'clock at night. Wind is a bit loud. Okay, let me edit that. Or can I? Oh gosh. There we go. I wish the world understood me the way I wanted to. No, that's not what I meant. I just want this on fast. Okay. Is that better? Because I also have the sound so crazy low right now because it was so loud for that last game. The girl had been riding in the back of a horse-drawn cab for upwards of 14 hours, from 7 o'clock in the morning to 9 o'clock at night. Her legs, which had been cramped up in a space far too small for them for far too long, hurt. Even as she stood there, doing nothing more strenuous than simply existing, her body trembled. It felt like a mischievous imp was inserting needles into the back of her legs, and that sounds terrible. She could hear in the distance the sound of horses' hooves striking against the ground. The carriage was lurching away beneath the cover of the night. She was nowhere else for her to go. There was nowhere else for her to go, nowhere for her to run. All she could do was stare at the wrought iron gates before her and the large, imposing house beyond. Bly. It was worlds apart from the girl's home in Liverpool, which she had shared for many years with each mother and 2 sisters. 3 sisters now, given the recent birth of the youngest, Alice. We British? The storytelling is insane. This is pretty much what I primarily stream, just so you have an idea. We're just doing fun stuff today because it's my birthday and we wanted to do things together. Little Alice. But she would never be able to see Alice grow up. She swallowed, her throat convulsed. So this was to be her new place of residence, but not her home. She could never call it her home. There was something horribly austere about the place, not helped by the sinister shadows that enveloped everything. The trees in the vast, expansive garden were tall and skinny. They stood sentinel, their bows waving in the breeze, almost like ghosts. A bit closer to your death? Was that too morbid? Nay. Skeletal soldiers. Leah got that insane endurance when she's speaking readings for us for hours, something like 10-hour stream. The other week when I was trying so hard to get through Radiant Tell, like my throat was so sore. Bly, with its crumbling walls and darkened windows, seemed like the kind of place that would have a ghost story or two. It had existed long enough. Built in the early part of the 17th century, the girl had heard. Funny how I don't understand some of these terms like austere since I'm Latin. I'm going to be honest with you. I sometimes pronounce a word and go, I wonder what that word means. Hello, baby girl, Grim Reaper. That is pretty much on point right now. How many ghosts lurked within these walls? Soon she would find out. Yay! Her carpet bag was balanced in the crook of her arm. It was small and had a dent in the side, impossible to remove, she knew because she had tried. All her worldly belongings were stowed inside the single bag. A few sets of clothes, a hairbrush, an old battered volume of Robinson Crusoe. I've never read that, but I know about it. That was all. There was no toiletries, no jewelry, not even a second pair of shoes. We're a morbid bunch. That's us. I want to like your comments. She couldn't afford such luxuries. She was only a maid at Bly, working in the service of the Leonard family. She never met the Leonard family before, but the Pickerings' housekeeper, Miss Marianne, had told her they were not so very bad. There was a mistress, Lady Louisa Leonard, the husband, Lord Albert Leonard, who was often away on business trips, and then there were their sole daughter and heir to the family fortune, Lady Constance Leonard. She could handle that much, couldn't she? She hoped so. She had to. She didn't have a choice. She drew in a deep breath. The cold air tugged at her hair and her skirts. Her fingers trembled. They were starting to turn blue. Girls shouldn't be outside in this like this. The wind seemed to be sucked out the air from her lungs. It felt like a cold hand was pressing against her larynx. Why would you choose that word? She choked on her own breath. Her eyes stung, but she wouldn't cry. She already told herself she wouldn't cry. Instead, trying to gather that little scrape of self-confidence she still possessed. You can do this. There's no turning back. Lorena, that's her name. Okay, we got her official name. Is this gonna be like I'm used to? Nope. Okay. Smash. Lorena, wow. Only 19 years of age, clutched her bag to her chest and straightened her back. I need to know what option it is to make the text disappear. Does it have that? Nope. Okay. Interesting. She wasn't one to back down from a challenge. Just how bad could Bly possibly be? Her specific pose is iconic.
We saw it for a second.
Ebi Hime presents. Once more through the delicate scents. Gotta go bye. Bye, Kinos. Thank you for stopping by. Lorena. There she is. Booba. Yeah, she's got big boobas.
Oh, good luck saying that name.
Oh god, I looked down because Jay said something. What was it?
It was like Hua.
Oh no. Why does she stand like this? It feels like me. Like if I'm like, I'm tired. Like my bra is tired. I pray for their backs.
Relation. I definitely relate. Yep.
Yeah. It's like it's giving my bra hurts. Like that's. Good morning.
It's giving we know what you're here for.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. They're so cute though. Prim is your Constance. There's Constance. Is this Ray, the dark-haired beauty? Yeah, Ray's gonna be the dark-haired girl. The 16th of March, Wednesday. When Lorene, I'm not gonna say her last name, just gonna be honest with you. Opened her eyes, she was met with the same dismal sight that had greeted her every morning for the last 4 months. A gray ceiling peppered her there with ominous cracks, hurtling the inevitable day when it would one day collapse under its own weight. We're waiting for our ceiling to crash. For the first time, however, this was where Lorena was to sleep. Her very own bedroom in Bly. I need to calm down. I'm still upset. I'm sorry, Prim. I'm sorry, buddy in chat. That was pretty much not our mood. I was calm, but my mom ruined my mood. Remember, your wall is now repaired. Keep that in mind. Not that it was her bedroom, of course. It was a small, tightly packed attic she shared with 5 of her fellow maids, Isabel, Paulina, Ada, Effie, and the Swiss-born Lisette. I'm gonna go with Lysette. The other maids were arising, stretching, and yawning, complaining. Isabel and Pauline were the worst of them. They always complain. I'm surprised Asia got something about killing Jay. I don't... Lorena supposed it was very English in a way, but she'd rather wished they wouldn't. My head feels so thick. Wait, is that you? Wait, who is this?
No. That's
Okay.
somebody named Paul.
That's short hair, and she looks more feisty. No one is touching Jay. You can be Isabel.
Must mean there's rain coming.
It's always bloody rain around here.
Wouldn't be England without it.
Oh man, they all get faces. I like the rain. Good on you, Effie. Oh, that's cute too. Good morning, Lorena. She's country now. I just made that up. The way she's... Lorena stretched and sat in bed, the thin sheet pulled about her body. The sheets were stained and rarely offered any warmth, not even in the spring. Still, Lorena supposed it was better than nothing. Look on the bright side. This is what her mother would say. There's always a silver lining. Said silver lining being Lorena's fellow maid, Ada. Ada was rather young, only a few years or so older than Lorena, and the two maids had formed somewhat of an alliance. They were both the oldest sisters in large families, and they both worked in order to support their siblings. I don't want to type the whole thing. Oh my goodness. Had ooze after Jay. I will just let you guys know after this stream is downloaded, I'm gonna probably delete it, just so you know. After I download it onto my computer, I'm gonna delete it and then edit it. And that way all that stuff we didn't like isn't actually in the videos, and it's also not living on Twitch for like a week and a half. Just so you guys are aware. The only difference was Ada had 3 younger brothers. Loriana had 3 sisters. Good morning, Ada. Good? What's so good about it exactly? It's just a figure of speech. I don't care what it is. It's blinking ridiculous.
Here, here. Does anybody want to wake up at 5 o'clock?
True. Actually, wait, we're on Steam. Let me see if I had something. Oh, wait, I didn't bring it over. Hang on. I just remembered I can put, not stream alerts. Maybe? No. Hang on, it's gonna make so much sense. Hang on, just wait, just wait. You're gonna see it and you're gonna be like, oh, that makes sense. You know what? You can take over Yoon for now. You can be Yoon. That makes perfect sense to me. There we go. All right. Is that Ray? That's Ray's Discord picture, yeah.
It's me.
Maybe masochist? Sounds right. I must be a bloody masochist working here. My fingers are shot to pieces. They're shaken. I'll never be able to light the fires like this.
Oh, don't talk about fires. I'm frigid.
Last night was cold. Oh! Look at Lisette. Lies a lot. Lies a lot. Oh, her name's Lies a lot.
It's like lies a lot, yes.
You think that was cold? That was nothing compared to the winter in Andermatt. And in case you hadn't realized, Lies a lot, you're not in Switzerland anymore. Ah, yes. Oh, how I miss it. The sun rising over the Alps is truly a sight to behold. I wish you could all see it. That does sound rather lovely. They say the air in the Alps is very good for the circulation. I am sure it would be do you wonders. Do you really think so? Oh, yes, I know so. Unfortunately, there are no Alps to behold here. I've taken over too many voices.
Get your head out of the clouds, Lottie, or I'll shove it up the chimney.
You English women are so very witty. Witty was the last word Lorena would have used in conjunction with Isabel, but she decided to keep that to herself. She's too busy supporting her own chest right now. With a
Seriously.
small yawn, the young maid stretched her arms above her head. She was unsure what time it was exactly, but it must have been around 5 o'clock in the morning. Morning came for the servants of Bly several hours earlier than they did for Lady Leonard and her privileged offspring, Lady Constance. The servants had to wake up at unforgiving hours before even the sun had started to rise. It was their lot in life to scuttle about soundlessly, creeping through the shadowy hallways, opening the shutters, polishing the fireplaces, dusting the mantelpieces. It was... Oh, and so on and so forth. Sorry, I was going to add it to the end. It never ended. From 5 o'clock in the morning until 7 o'clock at night, the maids of Bly were fully occupied with their work. There wasn't a single moment where they could sit down and rest. I can't imagine this place requiring that much work with 5 maids, but that's intense. Maybe that was why Isabel and Pauline, who had been maids for longer than the others, were so snappy and irritable. What nice phrasing. It didn't help that the head butler, Grant Lester, was such a stickler for the rules. He was incredibly strict, perhaps more so than Lady Leonard herself. Hey, Lorena. Pauline, who was already dressed, gave Lorena a disparaging look. Were you planning on getting dressed at some point, or are you just gonna sit there? Oh, Lorena scrambled to her feet, throwing the covers to one side. She had been so immersed in her idle fantasies she had quite forgotten. Paulina sniggered. So did Isabel. I was gonna go snickered. I'm sorry, I'm getting ready right away. Don't apologize to us. Apologize to Mr. Lester, who you're late when you're late coming downstairs.
Again.
I'm getting dressed right now. I am.
Do you want us to applaud?
We shan't wait for you, you know.
Let's go. We'll all be old women by the time she's finished.
But...
That includes you too, Ada.
All right. Sorry, Lorena. Don't apologize to her, stupid. If she gets scolded, she'll deserve it.
On her own head, be it.
Change Ada to Asia. Okay, out loud. Except Asia's more Isabel. I understand. I'm sorry. And you, Lottie, are you coming or are you still thinking about Switzerland? I'm always thinking about Switzerland, but I do not want to be scolded by Mr. Lester. He is so very strict. Lysolette gave Lorena an apologetic smile. I will see you later, Lorena. If you ever have cause to feel down, just think of the Alps. Asia's Yuri debut. Oh, I will. Not that Lorena knew what the Alps looked like. She didn't know very much, really. She never had a cause to travel beyond the borders of her home country. Being a maid, she'd probably never get a chance to. Her future was already set in stone. Later that morning... Is this the one you wanted? Lady Constance made a show of pondering, index finger tapping against her lower lip before she shook her head. No, this is obviously not good enough. The leaves have been eaten by caterpillars. Look. I can't see anything wrong with it myself. There's a character named Ada, and they said to call Ada Asia. Then you are blind. Or perhaps you're just being a little madam. Lorena muttered mutinously under her breath. She knew she wasn't supposed to speak ill of her social betters, though had Lady Constance been one of Lorena's younger sisters, Lorena would have lost her temper already. Well, if you don't like it, I can always look for another. See it to it that you do. I could not stand having a display of withered roses in my bedroom. I bet you couldn't. What was that? Nothing. Just talking to myself. Well, don't. Mother says that's a sign of madness. Perhaps she was mad, Lorena mused. She must have been, to take Lady Constance's abuse. If she hadn't 1 ounce of sense, she would have slapped Lady Constance right across her smug little face, 12 years old or no. In fact, it was precisely because Lady Constance was 12 years old that she needed disciplining. If nobody gave her a stern talking to, Lorena feared Lady Constance would become quite an unpleasant person when she got older. Even more unpleasant than she already was. If Lady Constance had been a sweet, innocent child who needed tucking herself into small corners and reading books, she would have been a pleasure to serve. Lorena would have gone out of her way to make life as comfortable as possible for this imaginary Constance. The real Constance, however, was not so lovely. Real little girls never were, though they were depicted as sweet, delectable delicate angels in plays and poems, and reality was rather different. Now, maid, try and find me some roses that look nice. It shouldn't be too hard. Joe has strict orders to only let the most beautiful roses bloom in this garden. Yes, miss. But that was easier said than done. If the roses within Lorena's immediate vicinity were not acceptable for whatever make-believe reason Lady Constance had dreamt up, she would need to search harder. What about the roses that were further back in the thickets? Lorena began to search, brushing some of the roses to one side. The flowers were undeniably beautiful, their pink petals as soft as velvet, but their thorns were numerous. They were sharp and pointed, just waiting to spill blood. Lorena shilled away like a reluctant pony, her fingertips trembling. The thorns promised pain, and she had no desire to cause herself unnecessary grief. Lady Constance, meanwhile, was unsympathetic. The little girl trotted and sighed and tapped her right foot against the ground, her brown eyes rolling around her head the whole time. At least she had eyes. This should be easy, maid. I don't understand why you're taking so long. It would be easy for Lorena. It would be easy, Lorena wished she could retort, if somebody was not hell-bent on making this so complicated. I just had a funny thought. I should have got a maid costume for today. This would have been hilarious. Of course, she didn't say that. I have an apron, but it's not the kind that she's wearing. Not even under her breath, it wouldn't have been worth it. Is this rose to your liking, miss? No, no, no. That isn't good enough at all. Then this one? No, I only want the best roses in my room. Anything less would be an insult, unless... Are you trying to insult me? Of course not, miss. Then take this more seriously. You are a maid, aren't you? I'm already annoyed listening to her. And it's my voice. Yes, miss. Then you should do everything within your power to keep me happy. Yes, miss. Start doing your job properly. I ordered you to pick me the best roses, and that's what I expect. The best roses are the ones right at the back, so you need to look a little deeper. But, miss, what? Didn't you hear what I just said? I gave you an order. I realized that, but are those ears of yours just for show? You weren't listening to me, were you? Yes, I understand. You understand what? I understand, miss. If you understand, start looking. I won't leave until you've picked at least one acceptable rose. Yes, miss. Whew, so heated. Left with no other alternative, the young maid continued her search among the flower beds. Her arms trembled, so too did her eyelashes. Her whole body was tense and taut. One wrong move and she would lacerate her skin in not just one, but 2, 3, 4, 5, 15 places. Then she would start swearing under her breath and blinking tears out of her eye. Lorena didn't want to show such a weak side of her character to Lady Constance. She could hardly bear the thought. But that was probably why Lady Constance liked picking on her. Lorena had too much pride, but she got flustered easily and couldn't always stand up for herself. She wasn't like the parlor maid. She was never be like the parlor maid. Not that she wanted to be. The parlor maid was a cold woman, aloof and distant, who only ever spoke to Lorena to pass malicious comments. Her barbed statements slid beneath the skin more efficiently than 1,000 thorns from 1,000 roses. Disho, hello, spoopy. The parlor maid's words hurt, and Lorena didn't even know why. It wasn't as though Lorena wanted her approval. She didn't like her. She didn't like her at all. This is going to be the character, isn't it? Is this enemies to lovers?
I think so.
Hi, I love your panda. Why was it then that Lorena's throat felt dry whenever she saw her and her stomach fluttered and she couldn't look her in the eye and she... Ah! Lorena gasped in shock and stumbled away from the rose bushes, clasping her hands to her chest. That's where her hands are always. 3 wounds. Got dolphins too? Hot damn, that's a pretty cute dolphin, honestly. 3 wounds crisscrossed against the back of her right hand. 2 of them were shallow, superficial, oozing droplets of crimson blood no bigger than pinheads. But the other was far bigger. This cut had cleaved a chunk of flesh out of her hand, stripping back the skin like a roll of wallpaper. That is terrifying. Oh man, we got cute emotes. Lorena stared at her hand and then at the ground where the splotches of blood, her blood, just inches away from her right foot. I'm gonna say this really quick. This is written so eloquently. I'm gonna butcher words at some point. She shook her head. She felt sick. Blood didn't often make Lorena feel faint, but there was quite a lot of it, and she didn't want to smear her apron. And to make matters worse, I mean, you said eloquently. Good job, thank you. Ugh. There was a thorn embedded in the back of her hand. It emerged from the open wound like a piece of thread through the eye of a needle. This is the most descriptive wound I've ever heard. Don't bleed all over the flower beds, idiot. What do you think you're doing? No, don't tell me. I know the answer. You weren't thinking at all. You maids really are useless. Imagine. bleeding all over the place.
My, how did you do that to yourself?
It was an accident.
Well, I should hope you didn't do it on purpose. That would be quite the foolish thing to do.
I feel the same way about Constance. She was pretty bad. Lorena glowered, her cheeks flustered as she's mad. The parlor maid was always cool, calm, and irritatingly aloof. She was a haughty as a cat and constantly seemed to look down on others, but she always accompanied her blatant disregard with a small smile. Lorena never felt quite herself when she was in the company of this unsettling woman. Her gaze made Lorena tremble. It was almost as if everything with Lorena had been misaligned by an inch or so her skeleton no longer fit neatly inside her body. Truthfully, Lorena had been hoping to avoid the parlor maid during this sad state of affairs. In a more perfect world, she would have retreated to the kitchen, cleaned the blood off of her hands beneath the sink, and pulled out the offending thorn with a minimal fuss, no fanfare at all. This was what she wanted. But oh gosh, life was never that simple. I could give you more other voices, Ray.
No, the lag is...
Oh, I'm so sorry. The parlor maid had been in the kitchen already, and Lorena had only realized once when she had crossed the threshold and their eyes met, and it had been too late to turn about and leave. Hi, Mecca. Why the parlor maid was in the kitchen and not in the parlor, as her title suggested, was a mystery. It appeared, though, Lorena had no intention of asking her that she was in the middle of preparing various tea things, arranging several willow-patterned teacups and a matching teapot on a tea tray. Was Lady Leonard having guests then? It seemed as good a guess as any.
Say...
What do you want?
I was wondering if I could take a look at your hand.
And why do you want to do that?
Oh dear, so suspicious. I just wanted to know if I could be of any assistance. You sure look like you are in pain.
I don't know why you care. Why am I being so mean?
I'm just trying to show an interest. There's nothing terrible about that, is there? Do you think I'm terrible?
Lorena swallowed. She hadn't expected this sudden inquiry. Why was the parlor maid trying to put words into her mouth? I never said that. That was giving X-Files, do you think I'm spooky?
Then stop being foolish and let me help you. You cannot expect to perform satisfactory first aid on yourself. Not with one hand. It can't be done.
But you have work to do.
I always have work to do. It can wait.
But Lady Leonard...
Won't mind if her tea is a minute or two late, I'm sure.
Should mind if I was the one who had to deliver it.
But you are not, and I am, and it is different.
That's right. It is different, isn't it? Now,
Now, don't look so down. I'm just stating the facts. There's no need to sulk.
I'm not sulking.
Not anymore. You're angry with me, aren't you?
I do enjoy her stomping her little foot. Lorena opened her mouth, closed it again. Her face turned even redder. The parlor maid laughed.
I mean, I did laugh, but... You're so easy to read, Lori.
Lori?
That's right, Lori.
She's giving Gojo. Does she feel like Gojo to anybody else? Nobody calls me that.
I just did.
I wish you wouldn't.
We can all have what we want.
I'm aware of that. Thank you very much. Lorena frowned. So the parlor maid knew her name. Though she insisted on using a silly nickname for whatever reason, but Lorena didn't know hers. Maybe she should have done, considering she had been at Bly for 4 months. But the parlor maid's name was strange and foreign. It was difficult to get her tongue around. Girl, do what I do. Struggle. Why should she need to know her name anyways? They weren't friends. Lorena wanted nothing to do with this insufferable woman that makes her blush all the time.
I love this for me.
But all the same... Oh! See, I need to know how to make the friggin' text disappear. I need to screenshot this. Like, what? How dare? There's not a button for it. Am I wrong? Hang on. Transition. Typically, there's something down here. Oh, wait, I can save? Wait, I'm so lost. Who makes CGs that you can't look at? Ah! What are you doing?
Taking care of you, like I said I would.
Why? They're also not showing the giant gouge on her body. It should be ridiculous.
I know with that description.
Like,
Because I don't believe you can take care of yourself.
I'm not baby. That's quite an assumption to make. Not a very polite one either.
Why should I worry about being polite? I'm polite enough to Lady Leonard, though I don't think she deserves it. One gets awfully tired of minding their manners all the time. You agree with me, don't you?
That's besides the point.
So you do agree. How lovely. Now hold still.
The parlor maid's hands were smooth and soft, and her fingers were slender. They were the hands of an artisan. Now those hands were holding Lorena's. Lorena felt her shivering, and not just because of the pain. Oh! Her right hand was still bleeding, though gently. The bloodshed was so slow and lackadaisical, it was almost relaxing. I'm sorry, what? The posing of the camera.
Now, what is this?
Parlor maid's lips were inches away from the shell of Lorena's ear. Her breath tickled.
Is this a thorn?
Lorena nodded dumbly. How?
How did you do this to yourself? Did you fall into a rose bush?
Yes, actually. It wasn't intentional.
Then were you pushed?
You could say that, I suppose.
Was this one of Lady Constance's whims?
Yes, she wanted me to pick some roses for her, but I...
Got hurt in the process?
Evidently. The parlor maid clicked her tongue against the roof of her mouth.
Lady Constance doesn't care for flowers, you know. She's an exceedingly careless girl.
I'm aware of that.
Then why'd you go along with her selfish request? She was only trying to make you miserable, and it seems she was successful.
Look, what has happened... I assumed.
Look what has happened to you. What you let happen?
I beg your pardon?
You heard what I said.
I did, but you couldn't have meant it.
Why not?
I didn't let this happen. I didn't want to cut myself. I just...
You just what?
Lorena opened and closed her mouth, but no words came out. Then she nodded. When she needed them the most, they abandoned her.
Ah, I see. No response is forthcoming. How disappointing. Anyway, let me attend to this.
I never asked you to.
But I will, because if I don't, it will get infected, and you will get sick.
Fine. Go ahead.
This will probably hurt. I hope you're prepared.
Do your worst.
Oh, was that a challenge?
Take it however you want.
I believe that is your role, my little Lori.
What do you mean? Lorena jumped. A sharp burst of pain flared up in her afflicted finger, as though a match had been struck against it. Then all of a sudden,
There we go. That should take care of it.
the parlor maid pulled the thorn free. Blood began to trickle from the cut. It looked brighter than ever, so red it was almost dizzying. Almost.
Now let's get you all cleaned up.
Lorena followed obediently as a child, as the parlor maid led her to the ceramic sink. There, she turned on the tap, and a steady stream of water began to flow.
This might sting a bit, but you can handle it, can't you? I thought so. You're a big girl.
The parlor maid's small smile did not abate, even as Lorena's fingers spasmed beneath the water. Lorena glared at her beneath her eyelashes. Her shoulders trembled. You.
Yes, what is it, dear?
Lorena gritted her teeth together. The words bubbled up within her breast were treacherous. She would never have been able to say such things to Lady Constance or Lady Leonard for fear of losing her job, but she could say them to the parlor maid. The parlor maid was the only one Lorena could take her anger out on. I don't like you at all.
Oh dear, how sad.
So sad. Dehydrate, it's time. The parlor maid sighed.
How could you say that when I'm trying to help you?
You don't want to help. You just want to gloat.
I think you're misunderstanding something, my little Lori.
What?
Unlike you, I don't do things unless I want to.
But you can't live life like that. You're supposed to be a maid. Answering the whims of others is your purpose in life.
I will decide my own purpose in life, thank you. Now, hold still.
Lorena's blood continued to splash against the white ceramic basin on the sink. I thought she was almost not bleeding. What do you mean?
Yeah, I know.
She's barely bleeding, just gushing everywhere. The water soon washed it away, muting the colors until no more traces remained.
Well, that settles that.
The parlor maid took a neat step backwards, running a hand through her dark hair. The action seemed carefully calculated somehow, and it made Lorena feel uneasy. Everything about the older woman was unsettling. So kind. And don't worry, there is no need to thank me. Oh, oops. Hang on.
And don't worry, there is no need to thank me.
I wasn't going to, and I still can't stand you. And also, your hair is ridiculous. Like, what is this?
I know that only too well. If you cared for me in any way, you might have tried to remember my name. Oh well.
This is such a burn.
For future reference, it's Taohua.
Are you sure?
Good luck to you. I salute you.
Tao. Leah's getting hurt. Ray burned her.
Taohua, not that you care.
The 2nd of April. Also a Saturday? It'd be fun if it actually has the 18th of May. Several weeks passed, and Lorena had been trying to avoid Lady Constance as much as possible. Lady Constance has always been petty and vindictive, but she seemed even more so as of late, and Lorena didn't want to get caught up in her silly temper tantrums. And Lady Constance wasn't the only one Lorena had been skirting around. There was also the parlor maid. Tahua. Tao. Tao. Taohua. Taohua? Like Tahlequah? I don't even know. Taohua. Her name was Taohua. Oh my god, I'm gonna Google. Hang on, we're gonna get Google on our friend side. Let's Google this
Let's
name.
do it.
Oh my god. I've already forgot how to spell it. I probably shouldn't be in charge of this.
I'm surprised she doesn't just shorten it to Tao. Like, why not?
I mean, we can call her Tao, right? Right. This is a Chinese name. Did not help me on the pronunciation, though. Pronounce. It's showing flowers as well. I don't know if that's related. Pronunciation. Taohua. Okay. That's what it says. It doesn't. Oh, it means cherry blossoms.
Oh, that's cute.
Oh, that's adorable. So her name is Cherry Blossoms. So we could just call her Sakura. Just kidding. Taohua is how it's pronounced. Okay. Her Taohua. Her name was Taohua. Not that Lorena wanted to remember it. She'd far rather forget her altogether. Lorena didn't want to remember how Taohua's finger had trailed gently across her palm, or the soft whisper of her voice, or the strangely intoxicating scent of orange peels and bergamot that clung to her skin and hair.
That's a nice
Bergamot.
scent.
Really?
Yeah, it's like
Interesting.
a
Yeah.
citrusy.
She's got some fancy stuff. And she certainly didn't want to remember her withering stare or diversive tone. Derisive. I said that so wrong. I don't know where my brain went. Look, remember when she touched me? Oh man, I tried. Should we skip the past? The past? Shall we skip it?
We don't do flashbacks.
Perfect. That's actually something I need to get like quoted so that people can like no flashbacks. How stuck up. Like you're so perfect. Lorena grit her teeth together so hard the enamel threatened to crack and turned over in her bed. The springs of her mattress creaked. The icy air nipped Lorena's fingers and toes, making them twitch. As per usual, her blanket offered no warmth. Oh, Adarmat, could it really be? Lies a lot. Which I guess I could Google her name too.
I kind of like lies a lot.
It's like one of those things you're like, oh my god, Mr. Villain was a bad guy? Like lies a lot. How could we know we couldn't trust you? was curled on her side, arms wrapped around about her pillow, her long flaxen hair split across her bed. Some of it trailed onto the floorboards, Rapunzel-like. She was dreaming about the Alps again. Her and the Alps. She's always dreaming about the Alps. What is with this girl from Sweden? At least some things never changed. Lorena watched her, picking out Lizelot's delicate features in the dark. Her pale eyelashes, her snubbed nose, her pursed lips, her long, long hair. How gay is Lorena? Lorena could imagine the children of Andermatt brushing Lizelot's hair for her, then threading it through with flowers, orchids, violets, and delicate purple
Not gay enough, apparently.
Primulas, haha. Like something from a fairy tale, very Rapunzel. Lizelot really did look like a princess. This is reminding me, I think I've mentioned this before because I always pronounce things wrong. There's like this TikToker who made a video that's like when you can't pronounce the name and he's all like, I'm gonna call him Versiburdaburs. And then he's like, oh no, Versiburdaburs got in trouble. Oh man, Versiburdaburs died. It's like, I'm saying it wrong and I know it. And then you learn how they're pronounced and you're like, your whole life shattered afterwards. You're like, oh, I did it wrong. The other maids, meanwhile, were slightly less flattering in their slumber. Shade up in here. She's like, Lizelot looks like a princess. The rest of you look like trash in your asleep. Paulina snored as if, like, kill her now. Isabel shifted, perpetually restless, as if, like, her day job was so easy that she should just sleep peacefully all the time. Effie had a tendency to lay so silent and still, like some kind of wax effigy. That's me, by the way. I sleep like the dead. I imagine
like her arms crossed over her chest, you know?
Honestly, mine's are crossed over my stomach because my chest is too big. But I've always slept like the dead. I've been woken up at slumber parties because they thought I was dead. Lorena always feared she had died. Yeah, right there. I didn't even finish the sentence. And that's literally... They're like, are you okay? I'm like, I was sleeping. Asia, meanwhile. The young maid had weak lungs and her soft, gentle snores were cracked and hissy. Aw. Asia has weak lungs. Her breathing was labored during the day, but it was even worse at night. She sounded less like a young girl, more than an old maid. Oh man, who was the one that said that? This is Asia? Leah seems like a person laying in their coffin. It's true though. It's why I have a twin bed. I don't need more space. I don't roll around. I just lay still. Lorena often felt sorry for Asia. Walking up a single flight of stairs was often enough to make her double over, gasping for air that her lungs seemed determined to reject. It sounds like she has asthma, guys. I have asthma. I also get winded when I climb upstairs. It's not because I'm out of shape. It's because literally my lungs hate that. I am out of shape too, though. There's two things can be true. It could always be worse, Lorena mused. She could be Asia. This girl is so shady. At least she wasn't Asia. Taohua didn't sleep in this small, draughty attic room, which was trimmed with virgin quarters by the unpleasantly snickering footman. Maybe it's Prim. That's why Prim's quiet now. Taohua was unique, worlds apart from the plain, boring English maids of Bly or European in Lizelot's case. Taohua's skin was a touch darker, her irises strikingly green, and her hair was black and silky. A rare flower surrounded by weeds. Again, how gay is this girl? I heard my name, what? We're trying to figure out who said, call Ada Asia. Because Ada has asthma. She was too special to mix with the other maids, too important to befriend them, too aloof to even try. Wow, I have her on a pedestal, don't I?
And he didn't even know her name.
Right? Like, we're just over going like, dang, look at this woman. It was Jay. Jay said to change Ada to Asia. And Jay's pretending not to know what's happening. Yeah, we said just call Ada Asia. I'm doing it just for you. Ah, Mama, Papa, Daisy too. I miss you so. Tahwa was graceful and composed. You don't even know what she sounds like when she's sleeping. While Lorena was awkward and flustered easily, Lorena couldn't imagine Tahwa ever allowing Lady Constance to boss her around. But that didn't mean she could treat Lorena so poorly. You literally went up to that chick and was like, I'm gonna throw hands with you when she was helping you. And you're like, I don't have to put up with Tahwa's shit. I'm like, what? Tahwa handled Lorena carefully, like she was some kind of precious instrument, yet she had insulted her at the same time. Did she now?
Where were the insults?
It was confusing. I didn't catch the insults. She was just like, oh, poor little baby. And she's like, oh, you think I'm a baby? Andermatt, my Andermatt, it's been years and yet. What kind of name was Tahwa anyways? Lorena had never heard of it before. She couldn't understand it either. Some strange name. If she couldn't understand the name, how on earth could she ever hope to understand the woman attached to it? Lorena didn't want to understand her. She hated her passionately. Didn't she? Lorena bit down on her lower lip and turned over once more. She didn't care how tangled her hair got. She turned again and again and again, but no matter how she tried, she couldn't get comfortable. Just when her eyelids were starting to feel heavy, and she could almost imagine herself slipping into the lands of slumber. I never wish to leave. I cannot. This is where I belong. Lysolot chose that moment to declare rather loudly, for a sleep talker, her continued allegiance to her beloved Andermatt. Lorena's left eye twitched. Fine. I'm getting up. Person throwing shade at Asia could be Prim, since they both often are like Tom and Jerry. That's so fair. Who's Tom and who's Jerry? You're Jerry. I can say with confidence, Prim. Oh, Andermatt. Shut up. What are you gonna do? Go over there and plug her nose? What are you trying to do? Lorena set up her hair disheveled mess and glared at Lysolot. Even in her sleep, Lysolot looked perfect, her face glowing with health, and her flaxen hair was full of life. Maybe it was because of Andermatt. If Lorena had been born amongst the mountains and had spent her youth picking flowers and milking cows, perhaps her cheeks would have prevented permanent roses too. Then again, maybe not. Imagine assuming someone else is mean when you're this mean. Yeah, imagine having all this shade in your head. You're like, I can think whatever I like. That doesn't make me a bad person. As she's sitting here going you suck, you suck, you suck, you suck. Why am I even in this room with all this trash? God. Lorena sighed and massaged her temple with her fingers. Ugh. She needed to talk to somebody, but who? Everyone was asleep. Then in that case, a letter. Yes, that seemed like a sensible solution. Lorena missed her mother. She missed her a good deal. She missed her sisters too. Ethel and Mary. She even missed little Alice, who had been only 2 years old the last time Lorena had set eyes on her. She'd be 5 now. Time really did fly. But she snores when she sleeps. The 3rd of April, Sunday. Just moving along here, aren't we? And one of you shall unto them depart in peace. Be ye warm and filled. Warmed, was it? To Lorena's frigid, frostbitten ears, that was a pleasant idea indeed. The maid shifted on the pew, her fingers linked together on her lap. The wooden pew was icy and seemed to bleed all the heat from her thighs, though they were pressed together. I bet she has glorious thighs. It was miraculous, really, that St. Mary's Church was so bitterly cold all the year round, despite the large amount of human bodies crammed into it. It was a malicious, miraculous, really. It was miraculous. Ah, ha, like a ladybug. Really, that St. Mary's Church was so bitterly cold all the year round, despite the large amount of human bodies crammed into it, with perhaps the culprit being the pervading chill that was not the weather after all. It was the venerable vicar, one Reverend Marnier. Don't know what I just said. The hydrate didn't make a sound. There it goes. Do-do-do-do. I'm really good at knocking things over. I finished one water bottle. I have another one. When he surveyed his congregation, peering at them with the intensity of one trying to discern the oxygen within the air, all heat seemed to evaporate from the room. His eyes were such a striking pale blue, Lorena was half tempted to believe they contained within themselves shards of ice. Notwithstanding, ye give them not those things which are needful to the body, what doth it profit? What doth it profit? Indeed, Lorena wasn't entirely sure, but Reverend Marner made this rhetorical question seem like the utmost concern. Just a witch. The Reverend paused once more. He was fond of inserting large pauses into his sermons, to let his eyes sweep among the assembled men and women in their Sunday finest. Not that Lorena, being a maid, had any Sunday finest. Her maid outfit supplied by the Leonards was the most sophisticated item of clothing she owned. Consequently, that was what she was wearing. Lorena knew some of the most esteemed men and women of St. Mary's Parish derided her for her choice in wardrobe, but she had little else to choose from. Even so, faith, if it hath not work, is dead being alone. But by the goodness, the church really was cold. Lorena wasn't the only one attempting and failing to seize her squirming. Asia was in a similar predicament. She was shifting here and there to encourage the circulation in her legs. The maids of Bly sat together during the service. Asia was on the one side of Lorena. Pauline was on the other. Isabel, Lizelot, and even inscrutable Effie made up the rest of the Bly's pretty maids. As might be expected, they were all sitting in a row. Not that Paulina was particularly pretty. What's with all the shade, girl? She always reminded Lorena of a horse. A man may say, thou hast faith and I have works. Lady Leonard and Lady Constance were also in attendance, though they weren't seated with the maids. The maids of Bly were relegated to pews near the back of the church, while the upper echelons... Oh, thank you. Thank you so much, Spoops. While the upper echelons of society were seated at the front. Should the apocalypse truly occur, Lorena had no doubt the rich and the beautiful would be ushered up to the pearly gates first. That was just how things seemed to work. Shew me thy faith without thy work. I will shew thee my faith by my work. Oh my goodness, the religion. I have faith again. But there was one servant of the Leonard household who was conspicuously absent. Talhua. Those Bly's other servants, all 23 of them, from the cook to the valet to the coachman, attended the Sunday service religiously. Talhua had never once been seen fit to make an entrance. Lorena doubted whether that woman had placed so much as a single toe over the threshold of St. Mary's before, but she was not particularly distraught over her absence, even though she couldn't stop thinking about her.
You sure about that?
Yeah. It made it easier to focus on the fact that she wasn't here. When Tahwa was around, Lorena's heart started to flutter. Her cheeks flushed. She found herself feeling quite unlike her usual self. The letter residing in her pocket, folded neatly and placed within the confines of a brown envelope, was proof enough of that. Thou believest that there is one God, thou doesn't well. The devil is also believe and trembles. Lorena herself started to tremble. The woman was no Christian. One merely had to look at her to gauge that much. Okay. Her peculiar skin. Oh, okay. Her peculiar eyes. This is not getting better. Her long black hair. That's how you know? There was something decidedly unsettling about that woman, even more so than the tone of Reverend Marner's voice. But for whatever reason, Lorena couldn't stop thinking about her. Her hair that smells so nice. Her skin that looks so soft. Unsettling, yeah. I'm still not used to the church service of your English. Was it much different in Artemat? Well, Lizelot pondered, tapping her finger against her lower lip. It was more or less the same, I suppose, but I rather miss hearing stories about Saint Verena. Who is he? Oh my, I see you English are not familiar with Saint Verena after all. I feel like Verena is a girl's name, but I know nothing. I'm sorry. I haven't heard of them. Doesn't ring a bell. Saint Verena is a Swiss saint. She used to be a nurse, and she devoted her life to the spiritual and physical care of young girls. Apparently, she was also very pretty. Lizelot beamed and clasped her hands together. I too wish to live a pure and devout life as a good Christian, just like my favorite saint. You have a favorite saint?
Surely, if one wants to be a good Christian, you shouldn't pick favorites.
Oh, I know Papa said much the same, but I can't help myself. She is depicted in a stained glass window in the church of St. Peter and Paul in my Adermat, and she looks so very kind and benevolent, not to mention her hair. So you like this Swiss saint solely for her looks.
That's awfully shallow, Lottie.
These two are like the mean girls. They're just like, oh, so that's how you are. And you're like, that's not what I meant. It isn't shallow, at least not entirely. There's nothing wrong with liking pretty girls. True dat, Effie. Exactly! I support any saint who concerns herself with the welfare of maidens like ourselves.
Sadly, I'm a woman, not a maiden.
I think I'm a touch too old for your holy Saint Verena. Saint Verena would not disintegrate, I am sure. All right. You're Starting to sound like a saint yourself.
Saint Lottie.
I think Lizelot might make a nice saint. She's nice enough, but I doubt she can perform any miracles. None of us can. You know, I wouldn't mind being a saint. I've always wanted to appear on stained glass windows. You would look very nice. You think? It would suit you better than me.
Now, pride is a deadly sin, Lottie.
What, really? I think so? You won't be going to heaven with that attitude. Oh my, I didn't wish to cause any offense. The maids of Bly continued in this manner as they walked through the streets of Ellesmere, their feet sticking against the ground. Lorena's skirt swirled about her ankles and the letter inside her pocket rustled with each step. Ah, the letter! Lorena had been so taken in by the lies a lot she almost forgot. Oh, do excuse me, there's something I need to do before I return. Something you need to do? That sounds rather suspicious. I promise it won't take a minute.
If you're late by so much as 30 seconds, you'll be in for the high jump.
Mr. Lester runs a very tight ship, you know.
You should know. You're the one who's always getting in trouble.
I'm aware. I'll be quick as I can. Not that it really concerns us, but the corners of Paulina's lips formed an unpleasant smirk. If you're late back, Lorena, we won't cover for you. I know. And so the gaggle of maids left Lorena behind. Thoughts of Taha? Oh gosh, I already... Tauhua? I still have it Google searched. Tauhua. I did it. Look at me. Or Tilly, as Lorena had oh so cleverly termed her in her letter, weighed heavily upon the young maid's mind. She had to get a second opinion. It had been impossible to think about anything but the older woman during the service. So consumed by Tauhua she had been, and still was. She failed to realize where she was walking. Ow! Until it was too late. She died. Lorena collided, holding a hand to her cheek. Her jaw hurt. Had she just quite literally walked into somebody? Want to be this person?
How do you walk into somebody, like, jaw first?
It's like those people who run into doors, like, face first. I'm like, how did you do that?
My, you should watch where you're going, dear, or you might cause somebody some serious harm.
Oh,
Nothing to say, cat got your tongue.
It's just a group of people that like to keep their hands under their chest. Well, Lorena flustered and glanced down at the ground. It didn't help the woman she'd walked into was rather pretty. Why would you say that? She had brown hair that put Lorena in mind of chestnuts. Her attire, meanwhile, was much like that of a school teacher, with a white blouse and a long, sensible skirt. She didn't look too dissimilar from Miss Amy, Lady Constance governess. Neither was she alone. Oh man. Feeling very Spy Family. A blonde girl with a disagreeable scowl stood by the woman's side, her hands planted firmly against her hips. Upon closer inspection, Lorena realized that she knew these women. She never spoke to them before, but she had seen them in passing on more than one occasion. They frequented the Sunday services at St. Mary's, too. It was a small world, after all, and Ellesmere was smaller than most. The smirk captured the older woman's lips. She surveyed Lorena with undisguised amusement. Now that I look at you properly, you look rather lovely. I don't know which one's speaking. I don't know. Lovely, I am. Oh, whoops, that was you. Sorry. There's two girls, I got confused.
No worries. Indeed, I'm quite fond of soft, shy girls.
Oh, please.
Your kind are so very fun to play with, you know.
Do give it a rest. The shorter girl rolled her eyes empathetically in the manner of one who must have practiced the gesture a good deal before a full-length mirror. You should restrict your playing solely to the violin.
I know, but when faced with a sweet young thing like this, how can I resist?
You'll have to do your best. You know what Reverend Marner says.
Pits of hellfire and eternal damnation. Yes, I know.
Oh, this looks interesting. Yeah, we're doing a Yuri game today. Honestly, you need to start leaving pretty girls alone. Louder for the people in the back.
Boo, that's so boring.
Younger girl pulled a face. Do you even listen when you attend church, or is your head off in the clouds?
I prefer to hum a little Bach under my breath while the venerable reverend goes on and on. It is true.
Big sister. The younger sister shook her head. Her expression was incredulous. You are impossible.
Indeed.
Excuse me. I apologize if I was in the way, but I have somewhere I need to be.
Oh, right, I'm sorry. Well, run along then. I trust I will be seeing you in due course.
A mischievous smile.
Miss Lorena, wow.
The 4th of April, Monday, the very next day. Wrong one. I was like, wait, I made a screen for this. All right. Where this has, let's see. Like, we haven't made any choices. We've just been reading. There's not a lot of saves, so maybe it's narrative only, which is off an option, really. Wow. How is everybody doing so far today? So far, I'm surviving. I mean, I almost fell asleep, but I made it. Let's see. Dehydrate? Okay. Back. All right, awesome. It was Monday, and Lorena found herself occupied with the arduous task of doing the laundry. The housekeeper, Miss Elisa Smith, had stripped a pile of bed sheets from the innumerable unnecessary guest rooms in Bly. These sheets had not been slept in for years, and Lorena doubted they would be put to use in the immediate future. Why then did she have to wash them? To the young maid, it seemed like nothing more than pointless busy work. Miss Smith's orders, however, were absolute, and washing was always done on Mondays. Miss Smith was a stickler for it. It was an unwritten rule at Bly. But perhaps it was not so unwritten after all, because Miss Smith had read about it in the Estella Wood Popular Practice Housekeeping Guide. In any event, Lorena had managed to progress to the third stage of the long, laborious chore. She was boiling the linens in soapy water, stirring them with a wooden stick. Lorena sighed deeply. It didn't make her feel any better. This would be far easier, she had hoped. But Pauline, who was supposed to aid her, had swanned off a good 20 minutes or so ago. Lorena had no idea when, or indeed if, she would return. That Pauline, she was always shrieking her duties, all the while complaining about how very hard she worked. Lorena would like to give her a taste of her own medicine. If only she would become an avenging Valkyrie. But alas, she was just a maid. She gritted her teeth together. The smell of the boiled linens assaulted her nostrils. It wasn't particularly pleasant. Washing clothes never was. Curse Miss Smith for her draconian rules, and curse Estella Woods for her stupid practical housekeeping guide, and most of all, curse Pauline for being so incredibly infuriatingly useless. Lorena's forearm hurt, her forehead beaded with sweat, her hair stuck to her skin. Why was she always charged with the most physically draining of tasks? Maybe it was because she was still the new girl. Maybe it was because of Pauline's underhanded dealings. Maybe it was because of Lady Constance didn't like her. Maybe it was a mix of all three. But there was also the rumors to take into account. They couldn't have helped. Perhaps this was supposed to be some sort of punishment. Everyone seemed to know what there had transpired between Lorena and the Pickering family, even Lady Constance. And speaking of which, are you enjoying yourself, maid? Shouldn't you be in the drawing room with Miss Amy? Where I go and what I do with my spare time is none of your concern. I suppose it isn't, no. What you do with your time, however, is a concern of mine. It concerns me greatly. Are you working, or are you just standing there? I was taking a short break, miss. My arms started to hurt. Your arms hurt? Oh, how terrible. I'm so sorry your arms hurt. This is your job, maid. I have no sympathy for you or your complaints. Lorena couldn't believe that quite easily. Now I must be on my way, but if you think about taking another ill-deserved break, you know what will happen, don't you? I have a vague idea, miss. Good. Then you're not as stupid as you look. And with a selfish little smirk, the young mistress turned and picked her way through the rose garden. It looked like she was searching for something, but what? Lorena watched with mild interest, her lips pursed together. Well, Lady Constance had said it was none of her business, really. I mean, when you say it like that. The 5th of April, Tuesday. Wow, we got through that day really fast. Lori, have you heard the news? What news? Lorena, who had divested herself of the maid, of her maid's garments, and was in the midst of folding them, glanced over her shoulder to look at Asia. Asia's there. Asia was sitting on the edge of her bed, still in her uniform. Her brown hair was tied into 2 sturdy braids that rested against her shoulders. Though Ada had worked at Bly for longer than Lorena, she had subsided on paltry meals for several years. Her facial features had always been rounded. She was short of stature, shorter even than Lorena, with a flat nose, rounded cheeks, and plump thighs. Paulina and Isabel frequently teased her about it, and one of the footmen, a smug man with a rakish, wicked look, called Ada Miss Piglet whenever she was within earshot. Plump thighs, you said? Yeah, she said earlier that her thighs, she couldn't even keep her warm, which implied they were thick. Not sure they're as thick as mine, but thick at least. Lorena, however, what a thing to describe. There's a lot of description in this one. I like it because it's not focusing solely on like turmoils and stuff, because it's kind of just, it's wordy in the sense that it's explaining and painting that picture for us, whereas some of the games we play are wordy as in repeating the same content, like, but we're sad because of this happening. Right, that's why it happened, because we're sad. Lorena, however, thought Asia outward appearance suited her personality to a T. Her body was soft and warm, just like she was. This woman is so gay. This will probably sound silly, but last night, for a few nights actually, I've been hearing some strange noises. Strange noises like what? It's hard to explain. Footsteps, I suppose. Is that so? Lizelot, who had been combing her long hair, set the brush aside and chipped in excitedly. I have been hearing much the same. It was quite disturbed, my beauty sleep. You know what they say. What do they say? No rest for the wicked. You think the source of these noises may be wicked? Oh my. Do you think perhaps it's a ghost? I hope not. I've never seen a ghost before, but I've heard they're quite scary. How marvelous. How exactly is that marvelous? Because ghosts are so very romantic, you see? I'm afraid I don't follow. How can you not? You are English. Your country is renowned for its ghost stories, yes? I think it's a lot of nonsense myself. Perhaps, but imagine to love life so much that you cannot stand to be parted from it, even when your body goes cold. Is that not wonderful? Yeah, it's you. Romancing ghosts. I just want a romance. I just want a ghost. I just want a boyfriend that's dead already. Please. Lizelot, with her Swiss sensibilities, had quite a curious understanding of the word wonderful. I have heard many ghost stories in my time, but to experience a haunting in person, oh, that would be divine. I could ask for nothing more. Then I'll keep my eyes peeled for any ghosts, but I'm a bit doubtful. You're so admirable, Lorena. What do you mean? Asia's cheeks flushed light pink. Thank you for taking me seriously. A lot of people don't, but that's probably my fault. I always imagine things, silly things, and I lose focus. Quiet. Quite. You always forget to sweep the staircase properly, Asia. I'm sorry. As you should be. Mr. Lester gave me an earful about the staircases earlier, and I wasn't the one who had been assigned to clean them. But please forgive me. I shan't. My back certainly shan't, at least. I had to pick up after your mess again, and I'm getting too old for all this malarkey. And that isn't all. I just noticed your accent. Thank you. It's not very good. I'm trying.
It's certainly not.
The carpets are still filled with dust after you beat them.
And you couldn't polish your way out of a paper bag.
How did you become a maid anyway? Giggles. Giggles. I don't want to cause any offense. Asia bit her plump lower lip and hung her head. She looked so defeated, Lorena scowled. You don't need to apologize, Asia. Lorena? Lorena had never heard from Pauline and Isabel. Between the two of them, they were just as bad as Lady Constance, but they were not rich enough to afford their airs and grace. They were simpering and psychopathic around Mr. Lester and Mrs. Smith, but they were downright cruel to their fellow maids simply because they could be. In a way, perhaps they were even worse than Lady Constance. At least she was unfaithfully rude and impolite to everyone regardless of their social status. You two, Lorena rounded on Paulina and Isabel, hardly have the right to lecture Asia. Oh, what's this? Did we touch a nerve?
Are you gonna cry about it, Lorena?
Let me drink your tears. No, I'm not going to cry. Why did Effie say that? But I'm going to ask you to give it a rest. What a shame. You two hardly deserve to take the moral high ground when you waste so much time gossiping. If Mr. Lester gets mad at you, that's your problem. It has nothing to do with Asia. Oh, so you're trying to scold us. Is that it, Lorena? That's right. I'm scolding you because you deserve to be scolded. I treated my younger sisters exactly the same if they'd done anything wrong. Lorena, you don't need to. Oh, shush, Asia. This isn't about you. This is about me standing up for myself to these bullies that are bullying you. Asia might have seen Lorena as some kind of hero, like a valiant Jeanne d'Arc. Jeanne, what? D'Arc? Yeah. Joan of Arc. Is that it?
Yep.
Okay, Joan of Arc. But that wasn't entirely true. Lorena wasn't that selfless, and she had more than a handful of her own grievances to air. You two have been difficult to work with ever since I can remember. Whenever you're meant to help me with anything, you wander off like you're too good to get your hands dirty. Where were you when we were supposed to be doing laundry this morning, Pauline? Where exactly did you go? Pauline, for her part, looked unmoved by Lorene's anger. Instead, she smiled smugly, her arms crossed about her middle. I received a summons from Miss Smith. She had another more urgent task for me to attend to. That's what you say, Lorena's eyes flashed. But I don't believe you. Oh, Lorena, poor paranoid Lorena. Pauline smirked. She didn't look remotely moved by Lorena's emotional appeal. If anything, she looked even crueler than before. You just don't understand. What is it I don't understand exactly? You should be thankful that I deign to spend time with your kind at all. After all, who would willingly consort with a slut? That came out of nowhere. The 10th of April, Sunday. We needed a few days to really...
Is it because her chest or something? They're like, you have big boobs. You've got to be.
I mean, naturally. It took a week before Lorena's mother replied to her letter. Oh, maybe it's because she asked to stay back. She's like, I have emergency I gotta do. They're like, oh, she's staying back because she's a whore. During this week, Lorena attended to her daily chores in an unspeakable foul mood. Pauline's unpleasant accusations had been bad enough, but Ada's concerns over the ghost of Bly continued. The young maid was so anxious over this supernatural spectra, encouraged in part by Lizelot, that she was unable to sleep during the night and had stolen into Lorraine's bed for comfort on more than one occasion. Lorena's bed was narrow enough as it was. There was hardly enough room for one person, let alone two, but Lorena didn't have the heart to make Asia move. She was too soft for her own good. To further compound the issue, Lorena still felt anxious around the parlor maid. Taohua. To think about it every time. Lorena skirted about her as though she was infected by the bubonic plague. Lorena didn't know why, but being around Tahua was uncomfortable. She had said as much in her last letter to her mother, scribbled hastily with shivering, sleep-deprived fingers. I don't understand her at all. It was like she was
with her like once.
She's talked to her once, accused her of not being nice, after like being like, I don't fucking like you. Like, you were not nice first? It was like she was mocking me, but for something I couldn't change. I know it sounded petty, but I kept thinking about her and I couldn't sleep. I don't suppose it's that important in the grand scheme of things, but it must be if I can't stop thinking about it. And then guilt that her latest letter to her dearest mamma was nothing more than a list of grievances she had with Lady Constance, Lady Leonard, and the insufferable parlor maid, apparently even worse than Lady Constance and Lady Leonard, who actually tended to my wounds and said nice things to me. Lorena had hastily appended. But enough about that. How have you been? What about Alice? How tall is she now? It's been so long since I last saw her. She must have shut up. I hope she doesn't snore at night like some trash. Her mother's response had been genial but quizzical. She opened her letter with some general chit-chat about Ethel and Mary and Alice, which was always a comfort, and then addressed Lorena's issues with the parlor maid. Tahua, or as Lorena had written because she had no idea how to spell Tahua's name, Tilly, short for Matilda. It's actually funny, I have a character that's actually called Tilly and that is short for Matilda too. Fun. Alright, Tahua was the most un-Matilda-like person Lorena had ever met. Not that there was a set way Matildas had to act, but it would have to be. Tilly was still better than Tahua. Tahua called her Lori enough. It was tit for tat, really. Well deserved. I'm sorry, dear, but I don't understand the problem, her mother had written. Sounds like Tilly was looking out for you. She might have been a bit harsh, but she wouldn't have said those things if she didn't care. Maybe you two could even become friends. The mere idea was enough to make Lorena snort in disbelief and scoff and burn the letter right away. Friends? Her mother seriously thought she could be friends with Tahua? Maybe Lorena could have become friends with Tilly, whoever that was, but Tahua? There was not a chance. First off, she's tall and has long hair. Not a chance in hell. Lorena would rather make amends with Pauline than try to befriend Tahua because apparently she's stupid. At least, that was what she told herself. I'd rather have an enemy than a friend, bro. The 12th of April. Miss Amy Vereen. I was staring at that cabinet right now, just so you know. I was like watching it like move. Miss Amy Vereen was not the first governess Lady Constance had ever had. Neither was she the first governess Lorena had seen attending to the needs of the wildly irascible madam, even during the maid's brief 4 months at Bly. Before Miss Amy Vereen had been Miss Lillian's Hearst. Lorena didn't remember Miss Lillian in great detail, as she had been fired from for some misdemeanor or another during the second week of Lorena's employment, but she couldn't recall, though vaguely, that Miss Lillian had been very tall and very blonde with piercing eyes. Miss Lillian hadn't seemed like the kind of woman who could be outsmarted by a pint-sized she-devil like Lady Constance. But Lady Constance, despite her mere handful of years spent residing upon God's green earth, could be more wiler than a fox. Before Miss Lillian had been a straying of governess, Lorraine had never met Miss Penelope Howard, Miss Catherine Storr, Miss Adrian Spence. None of them had remained in Bly for longer than a year. Miss Amy Varennes was Lady Constance's newest toy. Tutor, rather, and Lorena felt rather sorry for her. She had an even more unforgiving job than Lorena did. Miss Amy was French and hailed from Loins. She had fiery red hair, which means she's cool, which one would assume denoted a similar fiery personality, marking her one for the ballad perhaps of the opera. But it was quite contrary. Miss Amy was softly spoken, retired woman who would soon have swallowed her tongue than stand upon a stage. It was unthinkable that such a woman could reign in. Miss Constance, Lorena, had known it was impossible for that from the very beginning. Lady Constance would chew her up and spit her back out. Thank you, Prim, for keeping me alive. But that didn't stop Miss Amy from trying. She tried so hard, it was almost heartbreaking. There you are, maid. Lady Constance pushed her list of French verbs to one side, almost sliding it off the circular table. Miss Amy, as was her wont, caught it before it could hit the floor. Do you have my mid-morning snack? Indeed, the cook was very thoughtful in her preparations. I hope for your sake it's something sweet. I can't focus without sweets. They're coconut macarons, miss. I hope they are to your liking. Well, Lady Constance snubbed, her nose wrinkling. Lady Constance's snub-rose nose wrinkled. It was evident, even before she spoke, that Lorena's offering was not to her liking at all, but people of the French verb had worn even Lady Constance down before she relented. Hydrate. I have my new bottle. Just in case. I had brought multiple. Just a little bit on me. I'm good. It's not what I would have chosen, but they're better than nothing. So set the plate by my side, and don't jostle any of them. Certainly. Lady Constance peered at the macaroons. Are they macaroons? Are they macaroons or they're macarons? Because those are different. With a discerning eye, like a master jeweler inspecting a freshly minded diamond. When it came to sweets, a young girl had 2 stomachs. Lorena had heard that said before, and it was certainly the case with Lady Constance. Her taste in saccharine sweetmeats was unparalleled. I suppose they will do. Oh, wonderful! Thank you for taking such good care of young Mademoiselle Lorena. It's my job. Lady Constance clicked her tongue against the roof of her mouth. I don't know if you've realized yet, Amy, but this girl here, Lady Constance gestured to Lorena, is only a maid. You don't need to thank her. She's probably too stupid to understand you. Now you look here. Oh, Mademoiselle Constance, surely you jest. She might be a maid, but she is a hard-working girl. Is she not? I wonder. A smile played at the corners of Lady Constance's lips. It was not entirely pleasant. Tell me, maid, what do you do when Reverend Marner's services finish on Sunday? Well, Lorena shifted, suddenly guilty. She looked down at the floor and the patterned rug and covered it. I go back to Bly, naturally. You say naturally for you to come back here, but you always are so very late. I am not so very late. Silence. You were a quarter of an hour later returning to Bly than the other maids last Sunday and the Sunday before that. It might not sound like much to a dullard like you, but it all adds up to a considerable amount of time. I didn't realize. Of course you didn't. You've never learned how to do basic mathematics, have you? She's mean, bro. She's cute too, the teacher.
Yeah.
Lady Constance's eyes roved up and down Lorena's form, her lip curled. Then let me phrase it a way even you can understand, maid. You have wasted more than an hour during the last month alone, a whole hour. Now do you understand the gravity of your sins? Girl needs a day off, bro. Sins! That seems a little harsh coming from a tiny mouth like Lady Constance, but Lorena had no room to argue. Lady Constance had already maneuvered herself. This is a sloppy, sloven behavior. I won't abide by it. You maids are only allowed to attend church every Sunday out of the goodness of my mother's heart, but you're not taking advantage of that. You're using your faith as an excuse to take time off on our good graces. I never intended to. What you intended is neither here nor there. I imagine you don't even understand the most perplexing thing about all of this. What? I spoke to Pauline earlier. Oh, goody. Well, I could hardly believe what she told me. Pauline was it? Lorena scowled. She couldn't help herself. The mere mention of Pauline's name often had this effect on her. Pauline said you were late returning to Bly because you were going to the post office of all things. Now, all as a lowly, uneducated maid, what purpose is that you've got at the post office? I doubt you can read or write. Well, I know it might seem unbelievable, but I do know how to read and write. Lady Constance didn't look surprised by the news. Surprising though it was, her face remained calm, like it was a still puddle of water in the rainforest. How are you holding up? We're on a long stretch right now. I don't actually know. When did we start this? Do we remember? When did we get here? When did we get here?
Like 2 hours, maybe?
2 hours? Okay. So we're 2 hours into this one. It's a little wordy. It was okay at first, but it is starting to make me sleepy. So that's how we're doing. How about you, Blue? And Ray? Lady Constance.
I'm good.
You're good. Lady Constance didn't look surprised. It was even more discerning than outright anger. And how, pray tell you, did you learn how to do that? My father taught me. So your father was a scholar, was he? It's hot? Dude, how hot is it? I like this game. Prim's eaten ramen with a Pikachu? That's pretty intense too.
Dude, my internet was down yesterday for like 6 hours, and it wasn't even storming.
That's intense. Like, so there was that day where my stream cut off and I left. I almost told my friend I didn't want to go hang out because I was like, maybe I should just stay home. I don't want to spend money. And then if I had told her no, my internet was out the entire time I was gone. All right, right now it's 38 degrees Celsius. But let's also do Fahrenheit for everybody else. Wish it showed both when I did this. We're 101 Fahrenheit, just in case. I haven't eaten, actually. Eat something, bro. I ate half a sandwich. It's 9 degrees Celsius? How are you alive? That's like freezing. Not exactly. He was a sailor, but he went to a village school when he was a child, and he learned a little here and there. He was always fond of stories. Robin Crusoe and the Arabian Nights. He read that to me when I was a child. Give me cold. Dude, I would love cold. I'd also love just cloudy. 24/7 cloudy. Oh my, how interesting. It seems we have an undiscovered genius in the house this whole time. Should I have been curtsying to you? Mademoiselle Constance. Everything's fine. Saying here, home cold, please. Ugh. Thanks, Prim. Disappointed Prim. Oh my god. Mademoiselle Constance, please, your lesson. In a minute, Amy. I'm not through with Sappho here. Lady Constance's lips curled. Tell me, maid, if you really are so very intelligent, as you seem to think, then why don't you help me with my French reading? French? That's right. That shouldn't be too much of a challenge for you, should it, after all? Lady Constance raised her eyebrow. You know how to read and write, you clever girl. I didn't know she was a raptor. I can't do anything, dude. Well, I never studied French before, and that wasn't a question, it was an order. Come here. Lorena glanced about the drawing room awkwardly, but there was nobody to save her. Miss Amy certainly couldn't. Lady Constance was in a particularly sadistic mood today. French always did this to her. It was no secret that French was Lady Constance's least favorite subject, and the fact her new governess was a Frenchwoman herself was no small source of scorn from the young girl. Fear was for her immediate well-being, Lorena hastened to Lady Constance's side. The young girl took a slim volunteer French fabric from her desk and handed them to Lorena. Lorena took the book and opened it. She stared at the words on the page, but they had no meaning. They might as well have been written in Greek, but instead they're written in French, so I don't really know if you need that. Could have been like they're just written in a different language. Well? Lady Constance's devilish smile grew wider. What are you waiting for? Start reading, please. But Oh, are you saying La Fontaine is too difficult for you? Well, too bad. I'm still waiting. Well, Lorena cleared her throat. Fingers trembling, her face beat red, she began. La, sigala, yant, chanti, tu leet a. But Lorraine had not gone more than 2 lines when Lady Constance interrupted her. That was terrible, and I thought you could read. Lorena dropped her hands, her face burnt bright red. She could read basic English at least. French was way over her head. Didn't Lady Constance know how unfair she was being? Absolutely. Of course she knew. I can't do anything, dude. What if you want the cold? I can't just send it to y'all. Heartbroken. But that didn't sway the young mistress. You could put it in a box and mail it to us, and we'll open it and you'd be like, cold air. You see? Lady Constance gave Amy a sidelong glance. If this genius of a maid can't understand La Fontaine, then I fail to see why I should be expected to. Mademoiselle, French is important. You are expected to understand the gist of the language. At least so you can integrate more easily into high society. I don't know where my brain went there. And why should I need to integrate? I'm already part of high society. But nothing. I'm tired of these silly games. If you want to teach anybody French, teach this foolish maid. But I have no interest in it whatsoever. And with that, Lady Constance got to her feet and marched out of the drawing room. Miss Amy watched her retreat back, a frown on her face. Oh dear. Lorianne was inclined to agree with her. Why did I? Lady Constance hadn't even tried any of her macaroons. How could she be so selfish? She didn't even try them.
Those are hard to make.
Those are hard to make. They're so finicky, bro. Thoroughly humiliated, Lorena stalked down the hallway of Bulai with a face like thunder. Why was Lady Constance so unreasonable, expecting her to be fluent in French of all things, and then using Lorena's incompetence as an excuse to escape? It beguarded disbelief. How could one little girl be so very shameless? If you were my youngest sister, I'd spank you in a second. That's what you deserve, you charlatan. Her feet thumped across the carpet, hard. But by this point, she had worked herself up into such a state, she had completely failed to notice the presence of another person. Oh. Until it was too late. Lorena stumbled, eyes wide, with her fingers slackened. She dropped the broom to the floor, where it struck the wall with a dull thud before gravity pulled it back to the earth. It rolled several times before bumping against the side of Lorraine's foot, where it came to a standstill. Okay, brooms are not typically made circular, so I find it hard to believe that it rolled to her foot. Lorena had come to a standstill too. It was impossible for her to move even if she wanted to. Thanks to her thoughts, which always seemed to trip her up, quite literally this time, she had managed to run right into the one person she did not want to run into. Oh no.
Hello, Lori. That's quite a greeting you gave me.
Lorena blinked at the older woman with wide eyes. Her eyes were so wide, in fact, it looked like her irises had been swallowed up by her whites. Her cheeks, meanwhile, were slowly starting to turn pink. Why, of all the embarrassing things?
Are you all right? You look rather flustered. Tired too. Have you not been getting enough sleep?
I get more than enough sleep.
Well, that's good. One must look after their health. It wouldn't reflect well on Lady Leonard if one of her precious maids collapsed from fatigue.
This is all she says every time. Lorena tried to soothe the stammering of her heart. Who's like, I wish we could take the text off, because like her hand is on her chest right now. Like there's a hand under this. I can see it vaguely. And her booba is in Tawa's face. Lorena tried to smooth the stammering of her heart, but that was hard when she didn't know why it was stammering to begin with. And her mother had thought she could become friends with Tawa, or Tilly, as she had so termed. If Lorena's mother even met the woman, Lorena was sure she would change her mind in a heartbeat. It was the only...
I find it funny that she instantly thinks of her mom.
Yeah. I also think it's funny that she's all like, I could care less about this woman, and then she's like binoculars and staring at her the whole time. Like, she doesn't go to church, by the way. Isn't that stupid? It was the only proper thing to do. I thought her chest was just the background. Nay, this girl is well endowed. Lorena inhaled and took a step backwards. Then 2, then 3. 3 steps seemed sensible distance for her. It wasn't so very far. She would look foolish trying to continue the conversation, but not so close. Tawa's presence would unsettle her. Oh, it's me. I thought it was you. I'm so sorry. I wanted to talk to you about something, actually.
You do?
Yes. About what happened a couple weeks ago.
Two weeks ago. How curious. Did something occur between the pair of us?
Taha blinked, one finger against her lower lip. She was quite the convincing actress. She could have given Emily Solden a run for her money. She never had been to London before in her life. You know something did. Surely you remember what you said to me.
Not everything. My memory isn't that good. And this was a while ago.
Well, you should know how you made me feel at least.
Silly Lori, how could I possibly know how you feel? You didn't tell me. And contrary to popular belief, I cannot read minds.
I thought she was a witch this whole time.
I think they said that she was or something.
You should have been able to assume. God, why can't you make assumptions like the rest of us?
But assumptions can often be wrong. That's why I was hoping to run into you, so I could confirm my hypothesis.
What are you? What are you, a detective?
Unfortunately not. I'm just a mere maid. I thought that much would be obvious.
Marina rolls her eyes. She had told herself she wasn't going to punch Tahoe, but the urge was growing stronger and stronger. I said Tahoe. I turned her into a car, by the way. Tahoe. But the urge was growing stronger and stronger by the second. My brain just went, you know what, Tahoe? You
Fair.
are impossible.
I suppose I should take that as a compliment.
Take it however you want. I don't care. I was under the impression, however, that you might want to apologize because I felt offended, and you should have known that by making assumptions.
And whatever gave you that idea?
Because you upset me. Obviously.
So I did upset you after all. That's what I feared.
Yes, you did. You seemed to imply when you removed the thorn that I was the one to blame for getting hurt. Right? Okay.
I was simply trying to help Lori.
You helped me, yes, but you acted like you didn't want to, like I was getting in the way. No, she didn't. She literally said I wouldn't do this if I didn't want to. What are you talking about, girl? I was there. You can't lie. I never asked for your help. I didn't want it. You forced it on me, then expected me to fawn over you for the gratitude. I don't see why I should thank you, and I'm not going to. Lorena scuffed the floor with the tip of her shoe, her face twisted. If you dislike me, I don't know why you poke your nose into my affairs in the first place. We would both have been happier if you left me alone. Honestly. The young maid sighed. The drama that makes no sense. All her irritation towards the older woman had accumulated over the past few weeks like pus inside a boil. Now it finally had a chance to spill out, and oh, how much of it there was. She was even more upset than she had thought. Maybe this was in part because of how Lady Constance had toyed with her not 5 minutes ago. Lorena couldn't take her anger out on the small child who deserved such pleasure from her pain, but derived such pleasure from her pain. But she could take her anger out on Tao Hua for some reason. She felt like she had a right to be angry with her because everyone's angry at me, you see, so I want to be angry at somebody, and it's you. Tao Hua really was an exasperating woman. I just don't understand you.
Evidently. If you did understand me, you wouldn't say such foolish things.
So my feelings are foolish, are they?
Please don't put words into my mouth. I never said your feelings were foolish, only that you are acting foolish.
You're splitting hairs. There's no real difference.
I beg to differ. If you would pause to think, you'd realize that I don't dislike you, Lori. In fact, it's quite the opposite.
You act as though you do. You can't. Oh.
You can believe whatever you want, but you're ignoring a few key details. If I hated you, why would I have pulled out the thorn? And why would I have caught you when you fell? It doesn't make any sense.
I don't know. I don't understand how you think. I bet you only did it to make me feel bad.
Oh dear, do I really seem that heartless?
To be honest, yeah.
My.
Tao Hua held her hands together in her front. It was an unusually humble gesture coming from the older maid, and it made her seem slightly more approachable than usual. A little less overbearing. Apologies if I'm hurt. Oops, sorry.
I apologize if I hurt your feelings then. It wasn't my intention.
Then what was? How do you think I was going to react?
It didn't cross my mind, to be honest.
You mean you just say things and you don't care about who you hurt? That's even worse, bro.
So upsetting people out of neglect is more heinous than upsetting them out of malice? The end result is the same, but I suppose we all look at things differently.
Lorena bristled. She didn't have the time to listen to this woman and her convoluted words. If Tao Hua truly wanted to apologize, she should have done so, and then let Lorena go. They didn't need to draw this conversation out any longer. It was uncomfortable enough as it was. Right. Well, you've said your piece, so that should be the end of it.
You want to be rid of me?
I misread that as, do you want to ride? And I was like, what? I do very much so.
That makes the next line even worse.
It does. It does. It was an accident.
That's rather sad.
You'll recover soon enough, I'm sure. Because that's all I do over here is just make left and right assumptions about you.
Perhaps, but this is a sorry state of affairs. I realize I've offended you, but I didn't mean to. I just...
Tahoe frown. Tahoe. God damn it. Tao Hua.
Oh well, I suppose it's all water under the bridge.
Dark, dirty water under a horrible bridge. Fine. I won't talk to you if you don't talk to me.
I suppose being ignored is better than being despised. All right then.
Tahoe bent down and retrieved the broom Lorena had dropped. Here you go. Oh, just kidding. It's a habit now.
Here you go. Take it.
Thanks. Lorena wanted to sound unconcerned, but she could not. For some reason, her voice was trembling. It was further proof she couldn't spend time in Taohua's company. The older maid was far too difficult, maybe even dangerous. Lorena couldn't read her. No matter how she attempted, Taohua's eyes were impenetrable. Her small smile, so well crafted, it might as well have been a mirage. Once more, Lorena thought of Emily Soldine. She shook her head. Though Taohua was an accomplished actress, she was no Emily Soldine. She wasn't British enough because of her tan skin and her dark hair, obviously. Maybe that was the reason Lorena felt so unnecessary in her company. Lorena couldn't understand the old woman, therefore she couldn't trust her.
Old woman, excuse?
Yep, old. Super old.
Older. Oh, okay.
Nah, numbers just said old. Let's see. Older. Oh, you're right. Wasn't that common sense? It seemed logical enough to her.
All right, if you're happy, I suppose I'm happy. I'll try to refrain from making unnecessary comments in the future.
You do that.
I will. I can control myself.
I hope I shall see you later. Oh, that was you. My bad. Keep doing this by
I hope
accident.
I shall see you later, Lori.
And Taohua left. Lorena watched as Taohua's long skirt fluttered around her legs with each footstep. It was only some 5 seconds later, when sense had finally returned to her, that Lorena remembered to mutter, "And don't call me Lori." Later that night, Lorena? Yes, Asia, what is it? I'm sorry. Asia shrank back, her head bowed, and for good reason. Lorena's tongue was a good deal sharper than usual, and Asia was unused to being addressed so coldly by her closest friend. Lorena sighed, massaging her temples with her finger. She knew she was being unfair, unreasonable even. Though she had suffered through a remarkably rotten day, it wasn't Asia's fault. Asia had nothing to do with Lady Constance's temper tantrum, Pauline's petty revenge, or Taohua's complex and confusing mind games, and was completely innocent. You don't need to apologize. I'm the one who was in the wrong. But it looks like you were busy. I was busy, but I can always set some time for you. Lorena put her quill away. She had been in the middle of writing a letter to her mother, but she wasn't entirely sure what to write. Words had failed. Talking to Asia might help her put her thoughts in order. What did you want to talk about? Well, it's about the ghost. Did you hear it again? It's even worse. Lottie told me she saw it. Did she? Though Lorena was rather good at lies a lot. Okay. Though Lorena was rather fond of lies a lot, it was hard not to be fond of lies a lot. She didn't regard her as a trustworthy source of information. Lies a lot was fanciful to a fault, and she loved both tales and ghost stories, aka, she lied a lot. Often she made no distinction between the two. Yes, she was out in the hallway last night, bolting the windows and drawing the curtains when she saw a what? A figure in the garden. Was it a ghostly figure? She said it was quite ghostly. Wasn't Joe the gardener? No, Lottie said it was very thin, just like a child. And it was wearing a long, flowing night dress. Did she manage to look at his face? She didn't get a chance. She was so very excited. She said she passed out for a few moments. Sounds like lies a lot. And when she came to, the figure was nowhere to be found. Very mysterious. Indeed. And Lizelot is convinced it was a ghost. I don't see what else it could have been. Lorena sighed. She wasn't convinced herself, but she was the kind of person who refused to believe in anything unless she could see it with her own two eyes. With a yawn, the young maid began to divert herself of her uniform. She was growing tired, and it was a struggle for her to keep her eyes open. Same, girl, same. And it was to be expected. Asia politely averted her eyes. Lorena folded her uniform neatly and then put it on her night clothes. When she stretched, the fabric strained against her chest. She probably needed a new nightgown. This one was several years old, but she could hardly afford it. I wonder why would the ghost of a small child haunt the rose gardens of Bly? Lizelot maybe a murderer had taken place. Of course she'd think that. Lizelot loves drama. That's why her name's Lizelot. Speaking of which, where was Lizelot? It was almost 10 o'clock. Perhaps she was with the two scullery maids, and maybe the cook, irritable though she was, the cook had a rare soft spot for the dreamy Swiss maid, and telling them about her close encounter was supernatural. As for Pauline and Isabel, they had been summoned to Miss Smith's an hour ago. Lorena didn't know what they were going to do, and quite frankly, she didn't care. Lizelot said, perhaps previous owners of Bly was a scoundrel, and he sired an illegitimate child with a mistress. And then when he said he could no longer bear the shame of raising such a child, he murdered her and buried her body in the rose garden? That's right. Does Lizelot have any proof? I don't know about proof, but she made it sound very plausible. She's a natural-born storyteller. Don't pay her any heed. But the ghost. I'm sure it will be fine. Don't worry about things too much. Ada? It was probably her imagine. But Lorena was unable to complete her sentence. That's because at that moment, Paulina and Isabel entered the room.
Goodness, Miss Smith can talk.
I feel absolutely exhausted.
I always feel exhausted. My poor hands are frozen.
Why did we have to put out the fires?
It's such a chore.
I barely have enough strength to change.
I can't undo the buttons of my blouse.
Ah, to be young again. Pauline cast a furtive look at Lorena. Her lips were curved into a smile, but her eyes were cold and hard. Lorena held her gaze unflinching. Was this some kind of challenge? Lorena knew how Pauline felt about her, and Pauline had been more expecting about her feelings since. The comment from a few days ago, hence, continued to weigh on Lorena's mind. Sluts! Oh my god, sluts. You don't realize how lucky you are, Lorena. How am I lucky, exactly? Oops. It certainly didn't feel that way. You're still young. Not yet in your 20s years. A beautiful rose just right for the picking. Or trampling. I beg your pardon? How long had Effie been in the room? Effie was so quiet, Lorena often forgot she even existed, but when Effie did open her mouth to speak, what came out of it was always invariable. The moon looks sad tonight. Bizarre. Putting the moon to one side for now, Paulina's lips curled. You have a bright future ahead of you, Lorena. You're not so very bad looking, and you have a body most men would kill for.
Most women would kill for it too. I'm so cold, my hands can't stop shaking.
Oh, whoops. It's a waste that you should while away your life employed it as a mere maid. Do you not agree?
Your pretty hands will start to seize up, just like mine.
Believe it or not, even I was young once, but you look the same age. Years upon years of hard work takes it out of you. Lorena narrowed her eyes, her lips pursed. Excuse me, but I'm not entirely sure what you're trying to say. Why, it's simple. If I was this pretty young thing, like you, I wouldn't hesitate to use my feminine wiles on the opposite sex either, especially if it would make my job easier. I don't have any wiles, and if I did, I wouldn't know how to use them. Neither would I want to. That's what you say, but we know better. Giggle, giggle. Lorena's back stiffened. She bit her lower lip. Why were they bringing this up again? It's a pity Lady Leonard doesn't have any handsome young sons. If only she had. That would be your ticket to a better life. Lorena turned her head away. Her cheeks were flushed, bright red with shame. I must say it's brave you tried to deduce the Pickering boy. Yeah, boy.
Incredibly bold.
It's a pity it went so very poorly. I didn't.
That's what you say, but the evidence is stacked against you.
Why else were you dismissed from your previous job so abruptly? I don't think Lorena did anything wrong. Shush, Aza, the adults are talking. Yes, ma'am. Ada looked down at her intertwined fingers. Can you see them? Her lower lip trembling. Despite being an adult herself, she was easily cowed. Ada wasn't a girl made for debates. She had a tendency to fold in on herself like a stack of cards, though Lorena had to give her points for trying. It's awfully brazen of you to try and deny your crimes.
To continue going to church.
To talk to us like we're equals.
To even look us in the eye.
When you're nothing more than a common whore. First slut, now whore, what's next? Keeping secrets was impossible in a place like this. The servants lived far too closely together in their dirty, dusty, Dwightly quarters. It was only natural that other maids would know. Everybody had heard the rumors about Hartwell and Lorena. Lorena's sudden dismissal and Arthur Pickering. But Lorena didn't like to think about that. Now then, not now. In fact, she was rather shocked to discover she would much rather think about Taohua. Whoa! What a surprise. The 15th of April, Friday.
I feel like she's letting the anger build up and she's gonna punch her next time.
With her mouth. She's gonna be so violent with her mouth. A few days later, Lorena found herself in the kitchen. She was in the midst of cleaning out a large tin pot for the cooking beneath a stream of steady water. Though Lady Leonard employed a couple of scullery maids to aid the cook with her chores, they were often indisposed with miscellaneous tasks. The scullery maids didn't sleep with the housemaids neither beneath the attic. They had even smaller, shabbier quarters that were closer to the kitchen. Lorena. Added an extra A and an N. Lorena didn't know the scullery maids very well, and she couldn't remember their names. There was one girl with thin brown hair who might have been a Bessie, or perhaps a whirly redhead girl named Eliza. But Lorena didn't know. Technically speaking, Lorena wasn't supposed to work in the kitchen. She wasn't a scullery maid, but a housemaid, a rank or two below Taohua on the social hierarchy. Hydrate, you say? Though Lorena could and dehydrate. I only have coffee left right now. There, now that water is no longer good for me. Though Lorena could sweep carpets, polish stairwells, and light almost any fireplace, scouring pots and pans was not her forte. Unfortunately, the cook had asked for Lorena's assistance by name, and Lorena couldn't disobey a direct order from the cook. The cook was an irritable, moon-faced woman, but she was one of the most senior staff members Bly possessed, other than Mr. Lester and Miss Smith. Lorena washed the pot dutifully, soaping it clockwise with a flannel. Like a piece of flannel, or is that a special thing? Her hands were starting to tire, and she had no idea how long she had been working, but it certainly felt like long enough. Her hair was getting in her eyes, but she couldn't pause to brush the loose tendrils behind her ear. Nay, someone else will have to do that for her. She had done that before and had learned the hard way that introducing carbolic soap to her unprotected eyeballs was a rather poor idea. As Lorena worked soap suds rubbing along with her, she happened to look out the window. The sky was clear, bright blue, and the rose garden lay beyond the kitchen. The young maid could make out not so very far away two familiar figures, Effie and Lizelot. Are they making out? Is that what's going to happen? Lorena wasn't sure why they were in the garden. It wasn't Monday, and there was no laundry to be done. The voices of the two girls drifted to Lorena on the spring breeze. When she strained her ears, Lorena was able to catch most of their conversation. The daffodils are so beautiful. I could be back in... Oh, sorry. The daffodils are so beautiful. I could be back in Andermont. You always say that. I know. I fear I am dreadfully simple-minded, but I can't help myself. I do love my hometown. Okay. How cute. You really think so? Oh, thank goodness. Sometimes I worry I must annoy you all so much with my rambling. You don't. Thank you, though I do wonder. Is it such a beautiful day, and yet I can hardly believe? Amongst these old walls, there lurks an ancient specter? Just thinking about it makes me tremble. What if it were to possess me in the night? How would that feel? Like this. Effie caught hold of Lizelot's middle and began to assault her with her fingers. Her digits scrabbled at Lizelot's tummy beneath her neck and underneath her arms. The blonde maid soon doubled up squealing. Let go! But I'm possessing you. Effie! I did not know English girls were so touchy. We aren't, not usually. You're special. Lorena looked at the cook curiously. Do you know what they're doing outside? The cook set down her rolling pin. She had been in the middle of preparing Lady Constance's mid-morning snack and gave Lorena a withering look. Why are you asking me that? No real reason. I just thought, so they're just outside the kitchen. You might have said I'm on some kind of errand. And what if I had? Well, haven't you been here long enough to know you shouldn't bother me when I'm working? Oh, I'm sorry for interrupting you. As you should be. The cook harumphed her large bosom heavily. If you must know, I asked those daft girls to pick some blackberries for me. Blackberries. That's right, you might have seen them, as you've been here a whole year, but there's a thicket near the back of the garden. I always make blackberry jam during the springtime, and blackberry pies, and blackberry tarts, and blackberry you name it. Lady Constance is very fond of blackberries. I see. It made sense. Blackberries, though sweet, had an initial tartness when you first bit into them. Their prickly, off-putting palate suited Lady Constance's perfectly. They're supposed to be picking blackberries at any rate, but it seems they're getting distracted. I suppose so. Lorena frowned. She felt a bit guilty for tattling on Effie and Lizelot, who she liked quite a lot, but she didn't suppose the cook would be too hard on them. For all her bluster, she was a good woman at heart, and she seemed to regard Lizelot as a surrogate daughter. The cook was forever summoning Lizelot to the kitchen to give her easy jobs. Oi! The cook yelled, suddenly, making Lorene jump. She was so loud, the pots and pans in the kitchen quaked. 2 young scullery maids, besides Bessie and Eliza. Were those their names? Tensed. You two were not getting paid to stand around talking. They have done absolutely nothing but the 2 girls are talking about a specter out in the yard, and she got them in trouble by saying, "What are they doing? Just standing out there." And if by magic the 2 maids in the rose garden parted. Though they were a few paces away, Lorena could see the abashed smile on Lizelot's face quite plainly. "I'm sorry I started everything." You do that, Lottie, or I'll tell Lady Leonard." "Oh no, I wouldn't want that. Let's go, Effie." As Lizelot took hold of Effie's hand, Lorena watched the 2 of them, her head tilted to one side. She was more curious than ever. Had Lizelot and Effie always been that close? Have they always been in tickle fights? Later that day, "Oh, maid, there you are. You know, I do have a name." "What was that?" "Nothing." Lady Constance sighed and set down her slim volume of French fables. It appeared to be the same volume she had been poring over a few days prior. It really was curious, Lorena mused, that whenever Lady Constance was assailed with a sudden urge for sugar during her studies, it was invariably when she was supposed to be studying French. "And what mid-morning snack do you have for me today?" "Biscuits, miss." "I hope for your sake they're nicer than the coconut macaroons." Macaroons that Lady Constance did not even try. "I can't say for sure. I haven't sampled them myself." "Naturally, that would be most uncouth." "I thought you might say that. The cook told me they had a fancy for a name, but..." Lorena looked at the plate in her hand. It was delicate, willow patterned piece. Quite unlike the chipped ceramic the maids ate from, this plate looked like it was probably worth more than a month of Lorena's meagerly salary. On the plate, arranged by the cook careful's hands, was a handful of Sabelle's a la poche, butter-based French biscuits with a century of strawberry jam, obviously. Lorena didn't know the correct terminology for these treats, and neither would she have been able to pronounce it if she did, so she handled the situation to the best she could. She bowed her head to apologize. "I can't quite seem to remember." "As expected, you really are useless." "As expected, you really are useless." Lady Constance tutted. "At least let me see the mystery biscuits. I've decided for myself with the link." Lorena, of course. Lorena obliged, setting the plate on the table. Lady Constance pitched one of the biscuits between her thumb and forefinger and bit into it delicately. She didn't spill a single crumb. Lorena couldn't help but be impressed. Though she didn't like the Lady Constance, she had to give praise where praise was due. Lady Constance, despite her 12 years of age, really was elegant. So elegant. Such a brat, but so elegant. Far more elegant than Lorena. Lady Constance chewed for a while, letting the sweetness of the biscuits dissolve across her tongue before she swallowed. Her delicate throat, pale as the swan hid, pale as the swan's hide, convulsed. I suppose they're satisfactory. Thank goodness for that. If you pleased with your snack, then I shall leave them here. If you need anything else, please give me a call. I will be in the kitchen. Lorena dropped a neat curtsy, first to Lady Constance, and then to Miss Amy. She was already crossing the carpet, her shoes falling against the floorboard with a series of dull thumps when... Oh, but these are Sabelle La Poche. C'est magnifique. Miss Amy's voice job. I don't know where I got job. Miss Amy's voice made Lorena halt. I don't know where I got that one. Prim's lurking. Lorena sucked in a breath. Slowly, very slowly, she turned about. Lady Constance was frozen in place, a biscuit pinched between her thumb and forefinger. She had been in the process of bringing it to her lips when Miss Amy's exclamation had stopped her. The girl's eyes flashed dangerously. What was that, Amy? I was merely saying that these delightful biscuits are French. Is that so? Yes, they come from Sabelle-sur-Sarthe. But they are popular all around the country. I used to eat them when I was a young girl. Miss Amy laughed softly, tucking a strand of loose hair behind the shell of her ear. Her bright red hair. It continued something fierce against her creamy skin. It made Miss Amy look even whittier even wider, not whittier. My goodness, I added an extra T. Than she truly was. I was like, that makes no sense. In fact, these biscuits might even be more French than I am. What makes you say that? You know how it is, Mademoiselle Constance. I worked for 3 years in Palamore. Did I not tell you? Yes, you did. Did you forget? I didn't forget. I simply don't recall remembering. Mademoiselle, you have such a wicked tongue on you. You should be careful of it. You'll turn black. Lillian used to tell me that too. Then you should have listened to her. If I had listened to her, there would have been no reason for mother to fire her. Are you stupid? Well, Miss Amy's pale cheeks flushed. 2 twin apples blossomed beneath the surface of her skin. Once upon a time, Miss Amy's skin had been the healthy bronze hue. After being subjected to the dreary, rainy, drizzling England weather for more than 4 months, however, her skin had lost much of its shine. I'm like, where was I? I lost the line. Or maybe it wasn't the weather. Maybe it was Lady Constance. All of a sudden, I'd rather lose my appetite. Lady Constance turned her nose up at the plate of biscuits, her hand planted on her hip. If you like them so much, Amy, you may have them, but I won't touch a single crumb. Mademoiselle, which must you do? Why must you be so difficult? I don't know, because I can't read right now. These biscuits are truly delicious. I promise, I swear, as a genuine Frenchwoman. And in case you hadn't realized, I am sick and tired of the French. But I'm not a French child. I'm an English one. There's no reason for you to study there's no reason for me to study your language, eat your food, or even converse with your people. Hi, people, mademoiselle. Yes, your people. You're the one. You're not like me. I'm not like you. And I don't look like you. And I don't like you and your silly simpering ways. My brain is not doing it anymore. You try to get on my good side, telling me stories about your childhood like you and I are the same, but we are not the same. We are not friends. Lillian might have been a stick in the mud, but at least she had the basic understanding of social etiquette. She never once overstepped her boundaries. Even the stupid maid would be preferable company to you. Mademoiselle, Enough. Lady Constance got to her feet. The leg of her chair scraped across the floor. The sound was grated. It made Lorena wince. I'm tired. I'm going to retire to my bedroom. But your lessons are over. They are not over until I say they are over. Oh, so now you wish to be a responsible adult, do you? Well, it's rather too late for that. Mademoiselle, I am not a mademoiselle. I am an English lady. Until you start addressing me by my correct title, I refuse to sit down and go through a single French verb with you ever again. What shall I say to your mother? Tell her that you're incompetent and I want nothing to do with you. That should settle matters. So saying, the young girl exited the drawing room. The door slammed shut behind her. Dust motes swirled about the air, unsettling the lady's Constance performance. Loriana would see them if she squinted, barely visible in the garden, sunlit that streamed through the open window. The velveteen curtains fluttered in the breeze. Miss Amy, meanwhile, groaned. She ran a hand through her rose-red hair. Oh goodness, what am I to do with her? She sniffled. It sounded for a few moments that she was on the verge of tears, but upon remembering Lorena, Miss Amy sniffed the moment, and moment passed. I apologized. I did not mean to drag you into such an unpleasant situation. It's quite all right. It was probably my fault. I'm not sure how, but according to Lady Constance, most things are my fault, so... Oh dear. A wine smile tugged at the corners of Miss Amy's lips. It wasn't much of a smile, but it tugged something. Don't worry about Mademoiselle. She can be docile at times, but she flies into a rage at the smallest of provocations. And always, she seems to be scheming. You haven't had the pleasure of meeting any other little girls, have you? Oh, goodness gracious. No, none of my students in Palermo gave me so much trouble, and Italians are supposed to be passionate. Passionate is one word for it. Yeah, oh, mademoiselle. Miss Amy shook her head. It would be easy to dislike her, but I do pity the poor creature. You pity her? Why? I can't say for sure, but I always had the idea that she can't be a very happy child. If she was happy, she wouldn't be so difficult. You might have a point, but she's also an asshole, so who cares? You, on the other hand, are a very sweet girl indeed. I wonder why Mademoiselle always singles you out. Maybe it's because I'm the newest maid here. I try not to think about it once in a while, but Lorian picked up the plate of French biscuits that had caused so much chaos. It seems like such a waste. Indeed, they're good biscuits. French biscuits always are. It's a shame Lady Constance is too pig-headed to admit it too. In the end, it's her loss, you know. A mischievous smile that somehow seemed quintessentially European tugged at the corner of Miss Amy's lips. Those biscuits would have to be thrown away otherwise, so you might as well help yourself. Oh no, I couldn't. But you can. It would be proper. I'm just a maid, and I'm inviting you to eat. As you said, it would be horrible waste, and I so want to share my country with somebody who cares about it. She's gonna get in trouble, isn't she? If you're so sure. Miss Amy didn't need to coerce Lorena any further. After a quick fugitive glance behind her shoulder, the maid finally decided to help herself. The biscuits were like nothing she had ever tasted. They all but melted across her tongue, soft and sweet and so very, very delicious. The 17th of April. Are you quite sure about that? Yes. It's a ghostly figure indeed. Upon seeing it in the moonlight, I felt as though my heart might burst right out of my chest. Kapoof! Was that the sound of hearts usually make when they burst? Lorena was curious. Not so very curious, however, that she could muster more than a muted. In response, Lizelot pouted. But Lorena, you sound as though you do not believe me. Well, why not? Lizelot stared at Lorena, her eyes wide with passion. Your name is Lizelot. Personally, Lorena felt it was too early in the morning for such an unchecked display of energy. She decided to keep that to herself. Lizelot certainly seemed impassionate, but then again, Lizelot was impassionate about everything. I am a little skeptical about the existence of ghosts. But you are English. And? You come from the land of unicorns, dragons, and leprechauns. I think you're fine. Those are Irish. It's the same thing. Ooh, it isn't though. Never mind. It's the same thing, guys. She's trying to start a war up in here. Lizelot waved one hand carelessly. Lorena would have found the gesture irritating were it not coming from such a blonde-haired, blue-eyed, sweet-looking maiden. Perhaps Liza did not understand Lorena tried to reason. She was Swedish, after all. Maybe that was why she had been giggling so with Effie the other day. She just didn't know what was appropriate and what was not. One would have thought Effie, being an English-born maiden, wouldn't encourage her though. How can you of all people doubt my story? I promise you, I'm not lying. I'm not trying to accuse you of anything. I don't think you're lying, but you should see for yourself when you walk around the hallways at night. Maybe your heart will stop in your chest too. I hope not. Lorena frowned and glanced at a nearby clock. Goodness gracious. So much reading today. Here I thought we'd be sharing this a bit, but no, your character's barely shown up. She and Liza had been charged with airing the carpets and polishing the ornaments in the hallway that morning. An hour or so had passed, and now it was nearing 7:30. If we don't want to be late, we should be on our way to church. Yes, I was so caught up with my chilling tale, I quite forgot. Lorena smiled, shaking her head. Honestly, what would Liza do without her? Who knows? Knowing Liza should be fine. Though Liza was something of a daydreamer who often lost focus midway through her chores, she was rather popular among the residents of Bly. Even Miss Smith was fond of her, and Miss Smith seemed to be fond of nothing other than Estella's Wood Practical Housekeeping Guide. It was true that they said if you had looks, you could coast by without any particular talent. It didn't hurt that Liza was always so enthusiastic and earnest, but unfailing, thoughtful too. She was the kind of girl who, if she saw a spider, would catch it in her hands and release it outside. The thought of killing the poor thing would have never crossed her mind. Right, we should be on our way. Agreed, Captain. Captain? Lorena frowned. She wasn't sure how exactly she made the sudden career change from maid to captain, but she supposed it didn't matter at the moment. Lorena and Liza exited Bly through the kitchen. They wended their way through the rose garden. When they were halted quite suddenly by an unexpected interloper. Pauline. Lorena knew she would see Pauline at church, but she had hoped to delay their inevitable meeting. For whatever reason, Pauline looked rather smug. Pauline always looked smug. Oh, Lorena, are you on your way to church? Yes. Lorena's body drew back instinctively as one would rather retract their hand from a naked flame. Why did I say snake? I don't know where the snake came from. Maybe I've added an S in front of naked. Oh, God. Probably did. Shouldn't you be on your way to church? In a moment, dear. First, I have something I want to relay to you. What? Is it about the ghost? No, it's more impressive, immediately concerning. Earlier this morning, Miss Smith asked me to polish the fireplace in the drawing room, but silly me, I quite forgot. How did you forget? I had matters to attend to in the garden. They were quite important. But Lorena noted Pauline didn't specify what these matters were. If Lorena was a gambling kind of girl, she would wager that these important matters in the garden involved exchanging idle gossip about the stable hands with Isabel. Miss Smith, not to mention Lady Leonard, will be most aggravated if they return from church to discover the fireplace has not been seen to. Then perhaps you should finish the task you were assigned. Oh, I know I should, but I don't want to miss service. Neither do I. That's what you say, Lorena, but I doubt missing service or two will make such an impact on your future. And what do you mean by that? I mean, Paulina smirked widen. It's doubtful a fallen woman such as yourself could ever go to heaven. No matter how much you try to repent, you might as well give up. I beg your pardon. You remember, you heard what I said. My innocence is assured. I've lived a good life so far, and it'd be a shame if I went and got a black mark on my record now. So you want me to take a fall for you? If you would be so kind, thank you so very much. Now, Lottie, are you coming? If you had a job to do, you should do it. It's not Lorena's responsibility, surely. The audacity. Honestly, she's got a lot of audacity. She's had it since forever. I don't know. There hasn't been a lot of action in this yet. And I don't mean like flirting. I just mean like
any choices either. Like nothing.
Yeah. I've just been reading this whole time. No choices. Lots of audacity. But Lorena offered to help me. No, she did not. It did not seem that way to me. Well, if you want to stay here and clean the fireplace with her, be my guest, but you'd miss out on Reverend Marner's service too. How do you like it? I liked it okay at first. Now it's just long.
It's a nice story, like you're saying. Like I like the descriptions, the descriptors they use.
But at this point, I need some action. Like we need something to happen. They've been alluding to a lot of things, like the ghost, the misconceptions, this chick being an asshole, the other chick who's also her friend being an asshole. Like it's all like in a pot and it's being stirred, but like nothing's happened yet. You do want to go to heaven and meet Saint Verena, don't you, Lottie? Are you going to continue? I mean, I don't think Ray and me are going anywhere, so there's a chance we might finish today. We started earlier than we planned.
See.
Tee-hee. Well, when you put it like that. Excellent, then let's be on our way. And on their way they went. As she walked off, Lysalot turned her head and mouthed a few parting words to the dumbstruck Lorena. I'm sorry. Not as sorry as I am. Don't go cleaning, stupid Pauline. Where does she get off? That no-mattered, buck-toothed, horse-faced, conniving bitch. To further emphasize her point, Lorena kicked the wall with the tip of her shoe. Ow! As Lorena soon discovered, that was a rather poor idea for a couple of reasons. For one thing, kicking a wall hurts. For another, the pale yellow wallpaper now had a very unappealing blemish streak across it. Blinking the tears away from her eyes, Lorena peered at the damages she had caused. It didn't look that good. Now she How was she going to explain this to Miss Smith? She had let her temper get the better of her again, just as it had done with Hearthwell. At Hearthwell. I was like, who's Hearthwell? Just as it had done with Arthur Pickering. Now, months later, she was still paying the price. Oh, no. Go bugger an orphan. In Lorena's state, she wouldn't have cared if the subject of said burglary was a whole orphanage. This is ridiculous. If you were here, Pauline, I'd smash every one of your teeth in. And because it couldn't possibly get any worse than it was already, Lorena spat on the floor. She seems like a firecracker today. It wasn't like it mattered. Nobody would see or hear. Every single occupant of Bly, from Lady Leonard all the way down to the stable boy, would be at church, except for that no good non-Christian woman. Every single occupant except for her, and
Oh my, I didn't realize you had such a foul tongue on you, my little Lori.
Talhua. Lorena jumped as though she had been probed with a pin. Her eyes snapped open until they were even wider than the wooden globe Miss Amy used to teach Lady Constance geography. She was so surprised by the parlor maid's presence, she quite forgot what she had said to her during their last meeting. I won't talk to you if you don't talk to me. Lorena still didn't like the older maid. She refused to like her, though, through sheer stubbornness. But in that moment, curiosity outweighed everything else. Talhua, why are you here?
Silly Lori, I thought you knew. I don't go to church.
Yes, I have wondered about that. Doesn't Lady Leonard mind?
She might, but what Lady Leonard thinks is of no concern to me.
Or is she just a ghost? Tell me now. Is she a ghost? Is she a ghost? It's why she doesn't leave the house. It's why she doesn't share the same room as them. It should concern you. She's your employer. And even if they don't care about her, aren't you worried about going to hell?
Has anybody else talked about Talhua now that I think about it? Maybe she is a ghost.
No one has talked about her.
Oh. A truly novel idea. I'll cross that bridge when I get to it.
Leah, are you falling asleep? I see you struggling. I am a little naughty off. Not as bad as I was this morning, though. She also only talks about her, like, alone, too, right? I haven't heard her discuss her with anybody else in the house. Except for Mom. That's it. You'd cross a bridge over fire and brimstone? You're more brazen than I thought.
Oh, I don't know. You can be quite brazen too, my little Lori.
What do you mean? Back.
Well, I wonder what words just emitted from your lovely maidenly lips. Go sodomize an orphan, was it?
She did not say sodomize. It was go bugger an orphan, actually.
How charming.
Talhua giggled. She crossed the room with light footsteps, moving to so soundless sleep. She could have been a ballerina. You ate something. I'm proud of you.
I didn't realize you had such a tongue on you. You can curse like a sailor.
My father was a sailor, actually. But that was besides the point. Will you promise to keep this a secret?
Who, me?
Tahoe gestured towards herself in disbelief. Yeah, whatever. Tahoe. Her name's Tahoe now. But I thought you didn't trust me, Lori. Oh, oops, sorry.
But I thought you didn't trust me, Lori. Why the sudden change of heart?
It's a test.
A test?
Leah's too tired to care anymore. Listen, her name's Tahoe, okay? It's close enough. If you can keep this to yourself, then maybe I can tolerate you.
Only tolerate?
Don't push your luck.
You drive a hard bargain, but... Oh, very well.
Peach tea, nice.
I'll take it to the grave.
Do you swear?
On my mother's life.
A smile found its way to Lorena's lips despite herself. She didn't know why, but talking to the parlor maid, peculiar though she was, had helped lighten her spirits, even if Tao Hua was a godless devil. Got peach TJ, I'm jealous. That sounds great.
I'm rather curious, though, Lori. While I have no problems with being a heathen, I thought you nice, well-raised English girls cared a great deal about your faith.
Oh, I do. My mother would faint if she knew I was missing Sunday service.
Then why are you here, wishing for the brutalization of poor, innocent orphans and Pauline's alike?
The orphans might be innocent. Lorena conceded, though it really depends on which orphans you were speaking of. Like Batman, that's a bad orphan. He kills a lot of people and he uses the I'm a good guy as like a clutch. But Pauline is not.
I can believe that. I've never been fond of that woman. And what has Pauline done this time? I take it she's the culprit behind your current state of despair? Cendrillon?
Cendrillon? What? Cendrillon? Is that what is Sen?
Is that like her last name?
I thought her last name was like starts with a W, like way. Cendrillon is an opera describing the fairy tale in 4 acts by Julius Massénet, a French ilbado. Okay. It's based on... Okay, I need more than that, please. An unknown beauty in all of her finery enters the room to a surprise. The court, except Madame de la Houltière and her daughter, are charmed, I guess. I don't know if it's related. It's a story about Cinderella. Oh, which would make sense, kinda, I guess.
Oh, that's... Okay, yeah. That makes sense. That probably means... Like, yeah, okay, get it.
Well, she was supposed to polish the fireplace, but important business. Lorena made quotation marks with her fingers. Came up, and she was unable to finish her chores in time for church. So she tried to push her duties. Oh, sorry.
So she tried to push her duties onto you?
That's how it went, yes. Oh.
Oh my, that's truly despicable.
Pauline's like that.
Did you try to argue your case?
I didn't have much time. She left before I could say anything, and Lorena sighed. Her shoulders slumped. I couldn't just go.
I would have if I were you.
But I'm not you.
No, you're not. And that's why people continue to take advantage of you. Honestly, Lori, have you learned nothing after that little talk I gave you?
Well, I'm very sorry. I've been a little under the weather lately. What with all these nonsense about the ghost?
There's a ghost?
Ask Asia or Lies a lot. I'm not interested.
Ah, I think Lottie did mention something like that to me earlier. She sounded quite excited.
She's always excited.
Personally, I find it rather charming, though wide-eyed, innocent little girls like that can be a touch grating. Whenever I see her, I ponder how lovely she would look in tears.
Lorena shuddered. That's too much information.
Oh, jealous are we?
Not at all.
If it's any consolation, Lori, I think you'd look better in tears.
Oh, okay. A little sadisty. What kind of consolation is that? Lorena glowered, her hands clenched into fists, but what could she realistically do? Hit Toma? She'd already scuffed the wallpaper in the parlor, so she might as well. After wanton property damage, grievous bodily harm was just a stone throw away. Look. I posted it on Discord. Nice. I don't know why you're here, but if you want to gloat over my misfortune, you can forget it. I'm not in the mood.
Oh dear, I fear I've given you the wrong impression.
Oh.
I don't want to gloat, Lori.
No.
No, in fact, upon hearing your impassioned cries, I found myself wanting to help, if you can believe such a thing of a wicked woman like me.
How can you help exactly?
I know going to church is important for you, but it isn't for me. As I have nothing to lose, I might as well polish the fireplace in your stead.
Then you don't mean...
Mm-hmm. If you leave now, you may be able to make it to St. Mary's on time. You'll need to hurry, though. I believe the service starts in...
Tahoe glance at the gilt clock hanging on the wall. That's dyslexia. 20.
20 minutes?
That isn't right. You didn't do anything wrong.
And neither did you.
But you shouldn't need to clean up after Pauline's messes.
I don't mind. It's no skin off my nose.
But...
That's 3 buts, my little Lori, and I'm still not budging. You should go, attend your sermon. Your fairy godmother is always here to help.
Tahoe winked. That's her name now. But shortly thereafter, she frowned, pressing one finger against her lower lip. They keep doing this. They keep thinking like this.
Now, was that too dramatic? I was going for dashing, but perhaps I laid it on a bit too thick.
Lorena had no idea what Taohua was babbling about, but despite her better judgment, she did feel thankful. Well, if you're sure.
Of course I'm sure. I don't offer my services if I'm not sure, but...
Taohua's eyes flashed.
I am not a cheap woman.
I assumed so.
I can aid you whenever you wish, but the interest can be rather steep. When I come to collect my insurance, I'll let you know.
So I'm to sell my soul to the devil so I can go to church?
How cruel! I'm hardly the devil, little Lori. But if you must compare me to a manifestation of evil, then... I'd far prefer to be called a succubus.
Hey, I know what that is. In fact, I've been wooing an incubus pretty recently.
And soon again.
Yeah, he's coming around. The tongue is a fire, a world of inequities, yeah. So it's the tongue among our members that is defelleth the whole body. Lorena sat at the edge of the bench, crammed against Asia's soft side and the cold, hard wood of the ancient pew. Fortunately, Lorena hadn't been late for the beginning of the service. She arrived in the nick of time with less than half a minute to spare. Reverend Marner had given Lorena a long, disapproving look as she scuttered to her rightful place, but the infuriated expression on Pauline's horsey face had made it all worthwhile. Imagine being early. Like, not crazy early, but still being early. And they still get mad at you. Like, what? That harpy needed to be knocked down a few pegs. Reverend Marner's words had never felt more apt. The human tongue, if used with malicious intent, really could scorch more than any naked flame. The tongue can no man tame, is the unruly evil, full of deadly poison. Lorena glanced about the congregation curiously. As per usual, Lady Constance and Lady Leonard were sitting at the front. Lady Leonard's head was held high like a bird of prey. Lady Constance, meanwhile, was fidgeting, winding her hair about her finger over and over and over again. Why was she in such a foul state of distemper? Lorena wasn't sure, but it felt it would be prudent to keep an eye on her. She didn't want to be drawn into any of Lady Constance's childish schemes. Jigglypoof, jigglypoof, jiggle-woo, like this. Is that what you mean? Therewith bless we God, even the Father, and therewith curse we man, which are made after the similitude of God, weary though it was. The only one Lorena felt she could rely on as of late was Tao Hua. This didn't mean, of course, that she and Tao Hua were friends. They were nowhere near. Though Tao Hua had helped her earlier, Lorena doubted it was because the older maid liked her. She'd simply done it because it amused her. Tao Hua might have been a reliable ally, but that was purely on her own terms. Lorena didn't dislike her as she once had, but she couldn't imagine forming any kind of meaningful relationship with the older woman. Relationships were awkward things, and when they started to grow, they often caused trouble. You have more talent other than drawing men. Wait, what did we draw? Not a drawing at all. It's a jigglypoof in a ball. Trouble? Like, what had happened with the Pickering family? Come on, tell me already what happened there. Out of the same mouth proceeded blessings and cursing. My brethren, I kicked the desk. These things ought not so to be. But Lorena wasn't going to think about that. She didn't want to think about that. It hurt too much. But if ye have bitter envying and strife in your heart, glory not and lie not against the truth. Lorena straightened her back and tried to heed Reverend Marina's words despite the confusion that waged war within her breast. Specifically, this was no time to be thinking about Lady Constance. This was no time to be thinking about Tao Hua. This was certainly no time to be thinking about the Pickerings. She was here to think about the Lord. Nothing else mattered. And nothing else mattered.
Well, that was quite an intense service.
As it should be. The word of the Lord is divine. Liza-Lot smiled brightly. Her face was completely devoid of guile. I'm so happy you were able to attend, Lorena. Me too. I was worried you wouldn't make it. Now that does raise an interesting question. How did you manage to make it here so very quickly, Lorena? I don't know. Maybe it was a miracle. Are you sure you polished the fireplace properly, Lorena? I did my best. Your best, is it? Your best? Like you did your best to try and seduce the Hartwell's son during your previous place of employ? But Pauline was unable to complete her sentence. At that moment, a rather haughty voice quite cut across her. Sorry, but can you chatter among yourselves elsewhere? You're in my way. But the voice didn't sound like very sorry at all. Phone call. Gasp. It belonged to a young girl with honey blonde hair similar to Lady Constance. Her skin was pale, her cheeks were soft pink, and she wore one of the most luxurious dresses Lorena had ever seen. It was clear by a single look of her that her dress must have cost more than a pretty penny. Almost at the 16-hour mark. I know, we're getting close. Woohoo! We're closer to done now. This girl was no mere pauper. She came from a wealthy family, not as wealthy as the Lennards, of course, but wealthy enough. Wealthy enough to afford airs and graces. Doubtless that was why Pauline's face burnt bright red. We are still playing that word game, the one that Asia was talking about. I just gotta see how to set it up. Excellent, excellent. You've missed nothing. They're just sharing harsh criticism so far. Thoughtless that was why Pauline's face burnt bright red. Cowed, she stepped backwards, dropping into a low curtsy before her social better. I apologize. Do forgive me. I suppose I can spare you this once. The girl narrowed her eyes. She glanced at the row of assembled maids and disinterested before pausing. Her eyes met Lorena's. You. Yes, I know you. Excuse me? I recognize your face, plain through though it is. I wonder. Now that the girl said it, Lorena discovered that she did know her. Though no might have been too familiar a word, she had bumped into her before a few weeks ago, and her sister too. She was surprised the girl had bothered to remember her face. She was, after all, only a maid. Pauline, too, seemed confused by this turn of events because she said, I beg your pardon, ma'am, but you must be mistaken. You couldn't possibly know our Lorena.
That's right, that's right. She's nothing more than a maid, a drudge, really.
You have no reason to converse with her. Oh. The blonde girl drew herself up to her full height, which admittedly was not very high, and surveyed Pauline and Isabel with narrowed eyes. Are you trying to tell me who I can and cannot converse with? You? Her lips curled. As if you could possibly have any sway over me and my decisions.
Of course not. We didn't mean to offend.
But you did. The damage is done. Maybe I'll tell Lady Lennard about this.
Oh no, we didn't mean to insult you.
Then get out of my sight.
Certainly.
Lorena, let's go. Leave the girl. I want to speak to her. Are you sure? Quite sure. Do I need to repeat myself, or have you taken leave of your senses? The girl tutted. Goodness, it must be hard to employ decent maids nowadays. If not even Bly can manage it, I feel sorry for Lady Lennard. I feel sorry for us. We apologize if we were in your way. Yes, we'll We'll be going now. I'm awfully sorry. And the group of maids departed, leaving Lorena behind. Lorena, unsure of what was going on, but vaguely aware she should be appreciative of the girl's intervention, looked at her savior awkwardly. Thank you. Oh, are you still here? The girl snorted. You don't need to thank me, it's meaningless. Then, if I may be so bold to ask, why did you help me? It wasn't for my sake, you understand. It was merely doing her a favor. Her? Yes, indeed. Tao Hua told me if I saw you, I should look out for you, not that I particularly want to. You should be old enough to look after yourself. Why? Am I in a field? Am I Dutch? What's happening?
Sound of music?
Yeah. The hills are alive. Like, is this what's happening? As Lorena made her solitary walk back to Bly, through the fields of unripe wheat, she found herself pondering. When wind blew through her hair, making it flutter gently, her skirt too shifted in the breeze. The smell of flowers, goldenrods, and hyacinthus danced in the air. The sun overhead was soft and warm, like a circular slab of butter. It was all very tranquil, particularly without Pauline and Isabel to disturb the serene scenery, but Lorena's thoughts continued to tick, tick, tick inside of her head like a clockwork mechanism. That was the second time this day that Tao Hua had come to her aid, though indirectly on the most recent occasion. Just how much did Lorena owe this older woman, and how would she ever hope to repay her? Lorena had nothing to offer the older woman. She had previously precious few clothes, except for the ones on her back, and she sent all of her earnings back to her mother in Liverpool. As for priceless family heirlooms, that was a joke. The only heirloom Lorena owned was her old rotted nightgown, which had once belonged to her mother, which was perilously tight around her bust. How could she square her debt with Tao Hua? She had absolutely nothing of value to offer, except perhaps for her body. If Tao Hua had come to Lorena's aid twice that day, she was unable to do so that night. It was around 11 o'clock, and the maids were all in their night clothes. Their duties for the day had ended, and Lorena was curled up beneath her covers when all of a sudden a voice called out to her from the gloom. Lorena, can I have a quick word? But knowing Pauline, it wouldn't be quick at all. Lorena remained silent. Maybe if she was silent, Pauline would think she was asleep, but it wasn't to be. Excuse me, Lorena, are you deaf? She would remain silent. If she was silent, Pauline couldn't. Ow! Lorena jumped. All of a sudden, a sharp burst of pain spiked through her right earlobe. Paulina was pinching her earlobe between her thumb and forefinger. Her fingers dug into Lorena's flesh. It hurt. Wake up, sleepyhead. Rise and shine. I am up. Just stop that, will you? Lorena pulled herself into a slight sitting position and glared at Pauline. The glare wasn't off her face as she had hoped. Much of it effective was lost amongst the darkness of the room, and in any case, Lorena was too tired to glare properly. What do you want? Nothing in particular. Then why are you bothering me? I just feel a bit restless, that's all. Then you haven't been working hard enough. Lorena herself was so tired, she could have fallen asleep standing up. Even now, with the residual pain from her earlobe, she could feel herself slipping softly into the world of dreams. Maybe you have a point. But the unpleasant smirk on Pauline's face kept Lorena's attention. I was supposed to bolt all the windows and draw the curtains on the ground floor hallway, but silly me, I quite forgot. You've been rather forgetful today. I know, it's terrible. That's what happens when you get old and look like you're 16. Perhaps you should go and close them. I know I should, but you're younger than me, Lorena. A late night or two won't bother you at your age. And why is that our problem? It's always our problem. She blames people when they don't do the thing she wants. And like at this point, I want the craft to happen to her. I want her to, like, I don't know, end up with her hair falling out in the shower. Like, I just want her to stop being annoying. Only I can decide what bothers me and what doesn't. So I take it this. Pain flared in Lorena's right earlobe once more. Doesn't bother you, does it? Bitch, I can do that too, can't I? Come on, pinch your goddamn earlobe. Ow, ow, ow! Lorena whimpered, her eyes beaded with tears. Pauline didn't just have a face with like a horse. She was as strong as a horse too. Punch her in the boob. Come on.
Kick her.
Yeah, kick her. Come on, don't exaggerate. Like you said, only you can decide what bothers you and what doesn't. Kick her in the face. You're in bed. Left leg fall back. But it what? It hurts. Oh, it does. That's too bad. Pauline drew a little closer to Lorena, but her grip about the young maid's ear didn't lessen. If anything, it got even stronger. You know what hurts me, Lorena? What? When you try to make me look like a fool in public, you, a girl who should by all rights be slammed and derided by the entire village for being a whore. I am not. You can protest all you want, but I know the truth. Everyone does. Pauline's fingernails gouged Lorena's skin. Lorena's ear was being twisted most uncomfortably as it crumpled beneath the pressure. You probably thought you were quite clever earlier, but I have news for you. Another twist. You're not clever, little Miss White. Hang on, we got Google.
I don't know, it looks like wow to me.
So you think you know Wix, do you?
It's an ad. I don't want an ad. I just want you to tell me how to say it, bro. It's saying like wah. Like just wah.
What a name.
Yeah. Which I guess makes sense. Little Miss Wah. You're not clever at all. I'm not going to prove it to you. You thought you could laugh at me? Well, we'll see about that, will we? We'll see. Pauline finally drew her fingers away. The excruciating pressure about her ear lessened, and Lorena found herself gasping in relief. She had no idea a mere pinch could hurt so much, but there was nothing mere about Pauline's manhandling. She was downright vicious. Now, are you going to be a good girl, Lorena? Or do you want me to educate you even further? Stupid Pauline, why don't you just go die in a ditch? I swear to God. Lorena knew blasphemy was a grave sin, but she couldn't bring herself to care. It was a chilly night. The young girl shivered as she walked down the darkened hallway. It felt like even the air itself was trying to tease her. It snaked unpleasantly down the back of her neck and crept up her thighs. Her teeth chattered. Why hadn't anybody come to her aid? What about Ada, Effie, Lizelot? But Asia was never very reliable in a crisis. Effie spoke once every blue moon, and Lizelot had already been fast asleep. When Lizelot slept, nothing, not tempest, storms, or wind, could awaken her. Truly, she slumbered like a princess. It must have been nice being so relaxed. Lorena glanced out the window at the rose garden. She could see, both dimly, the numerous rosebuds illuminating beneath the glow of the full moon. The moon was so round and full it reminded Lorena of a single beautiful pearl set in a lady's earlobe. Lizelot equals yeah, it's me. No, because Lizelot is the one that sleeps like a princess, right? There was one
She likes ghosts, though.
That's fair. She likes ghosts. You know what? That's fair. But one of them sleeps like the dead, and I can't remember which one it was. I think it was Effie. The moon was so round and full it reminded Lorena of a single perfect pearl. Or else perhaps a crystal ball. It looked just as it had on that fateful night when Lorena had arrived at Blythe's gate. What would have happened, she pondered, if she had taken her bag with the dented corner and gone elsewhere? But that was nothing more than a baseless fantasy. The Asia slander is not very reliable. She would never know. This was the path Lorena had chosen. She couldn't turn back now, no matter how infested the throne of nettles it was. She had to keep on going. Happy birthday! I haven't been able to join you for the big day. Oh, it's alright, Ninja. Thank you for stopping by now. I still appreciate it. That was what her mother would have told her. That is what her mother had told her in her last letter. Just do your best, that's all you can ask. Asia slander. It's just because every time Ada pops up, I call her Asia, because that's what we were told to do. By Jay, I might add. Just do your best. That's all you can ask. Lorena's mother had always been a sensitive woman. For that, Lorena was thankful. Silly. A young maid chastised herself under her breath. Why was she getting so sentimental? Now was not the time. Lorena yawned, tears beaded into her eyes, not her ears. I thought it'd be funny for Asia to be in the story. Throwing Asia under the bus. Hey, Jay under the bus. Hey, I'm just saying, I'm just sharing the truth. Had to stop in front of my favorite people. Aw, thank you, Ninja. She hadn't realized just how tired she was. She fell asleep right here. Stupid Pauline. I'll make you pay. You mark my words. I'll put pigeon droppings in your tea. Mumbling darkly to herself, Lorene reached forward to check the bolt of the window when she froze. There was something outside. Something moving. It could have been a fox or a badger, but it walked on two legs as a human did. I hope it gets spoopy. I got no protection. Leah would throw me under the bus for free. It could... Lorena couldn't see its face, so she didn't know whether it had eyes. Well, sometimes they don't. But its hair was long and it wore a lacy nightgown. Ooh, a ghost. Lizelot's ghost? Could it be? Lorena pressed her hands against her mouth. She had to bite her knuckles to stop herself from gasping. She didn't want to wake anybody, but what was correct procedure in this fantastical situation? What would Estella Woods have done? Was there something written in the particular housekeeping guide about fending off phantoms? Surely there must have been. It seemed inconceivable that there wasn't. The guide, Miss Smith's Pride and Joy, was over 500 pages inside and included, amongst other things, tips on how to humanely dispose of slugs, how to dust a candelabra, and how to lay a table correctly if, horror of horrors, there was no soup spoons available. But Lorena didn't know Estella Wood's practical housekeeping guide back to front and inside and out like Miss Smith did. What was she going to do? Whatever would she do? The moon outside shone upon the haunting figure, so it glowed. Upon slower inspection, Lorena realized it was a young girl. A girl with pale hair, pale skin too. No more than a child. Now, what business did a child have among the rose gardens of Bly in the middle of the night? It had to have been a ghost, a spirit, an apparition. There was no way of explaining. At least that was what the anxious, panic-stricken part of Lorena's mind said. The more congent, rational parts, which sounded a good deal like her mother, had a different opinion. Don't be ridiculous, there's no such things as ghosts. Such was a mantra Lorena repeated under her breath as she tried to steady her breathing. There's no such thing as ghost. There's no such thing as ghost. There's no such thing. And as though it were a miracle ordained by God upon high, At that exact moment, the figure in the rose gardens saw fit to turn around. The wind caught in its hair, making it stream behind the figure in a ghostly shroud. The wind caught, but this was no ghost. The pale pinched look, little face peering through the gloom was one Lorena knew all too well. It was none other than Lady Constance. And what, pray tell, are you doing out here at this hour? Lady Constance glared at Lorena sourly. She looked remarkably composed for one who had been skulking about in the shadows at the dead of night. She wasn't even shaking. How in the world could this be? It was bitterly cold, and Lorena shivered despite her maid garment. Maybe Lady Constance wasn't a human girl after all, but a malevolent spirit that would explain a thing or two. Oh my God, it's the others. I believe I already told you, maid, I have no obligation to inform you of my comings and goings. You don't, that is true, but it's so late. So, good girls should be tucked up in their beds, not wandering about, gone the stroke of midnight. And why? And who said I was a good girl? An excellent point. Nobody thinks I'm a good girl. Mr. Lester hates me. So does Miss Smith. Even the stable boys hate me. Well, this is a sudden change shift, isn't it? You did tell him he should get kicked in the head by a horse. And he should. He deserves it for always calling me a sauce box because I'm back. Because my back and thinking I can't hear. I do have ears. Still being kicked by a horse is a little... And he's not the only one. The cooks hate me. The maids hate me. Miss Amy hates me too, though she pretended she didn't. That's annoying me the most of all. Whether anyone hates you or not is immaterial. Come in the house with me, or you'll catch a cold. Catch your death. And I imagine you'd be very happy about that, wouldn't you? What I think is neither here nor there. I am only a maid. At least you don't fawn and simper over me. I suppose that's one thing to be thankful for. With all due respect, it's much too cold to fawn and simper. I feel like my fingers are gonna fall off. Heh. Maybe I misjudged you. You're not so bad after all, maid. Are you? And you're every bit as bad as I've always thought. I know, I'm a bad girl. I already said that. Lady Constance frowned, digging the tips of her shoes into the earth. At least she had the good sense to wear shoes. Padding about barefoot is the fastest way to inflame the lungs, is it? I need that Googled. I'm not sure I trust that sentence. That was a mantra Lorena's mother lived by, though the was were too poor to always afford food. Lorena's mother always ensured her girls were well shoed. I'm not trying to make your life difficult. Not now, at least. Then why are you out in the garden at such an ungodly time? Was he trying to make a contract with the devil? Lorena wouldn't put it past this challenging child. I heard a noise outside my bedroom window and I went to investigate. A noise? It sounded like a cat. You went outside in this weather to search for a cat? Is there a problem with that? Doesn't seem very sensible. Well, I happen to like cats. I've seen a charming black cat wandering around the grounds lately, but he doesn't let me pet him. Because she's a succubus. He runs away when I get too close. He must have been a smart cat then. Even felines knew Lady Constance was not to be crossed. I was wondering if the cat I could hear was the same one I've seen lately, that's all. Have you looked for him in the night before? 1 or 2 times, yeah. So that solved that mystery. You know, you gave some of the maids quite a scare. That's nothing new. They were under the impression Bly was being haunted by a ghost. A ghost? Lady Constance snorted. Only uneducated fools set such stories by ghosts. People are far more frightening. I said it and then it sounded better. My God. For once, Lorena was inclined to agree with her. I also think it's ridiculous, but you shouldn't wander off in the middle of the night. It's dangerous. Nonsense, I'm the most dangerous thing out here. It's a fair point. Lorena didn't feel like pressing the subject. She had no business scolding Lady Constance. She was not, after all, her mother. All right, let's go back inside. But the cat! The cat can wait. Lady Constance didn't look particularly happy about this, but she didn't protest. Maybe the cold wind had chilled her more than she was letting on. Lori, are you all right? Ada sat on the edge of Lorena's bed, her hands clasped together. You were gone such a long time. I was starting to worry. She was the only maid who had. The others were sound asleep. It's fine. You don't need to worry. But... Shh. Lorena held a finger to her lips, bidding Ada to be quiet. Her passionate dialogue had been enough to make Liza-Lot stir, shifting in her bed. Ah! Andermatt, my beloved home! And then she fell silent once more. The servants' quarters were completely silent except for the low sound of the wind and Pauline's snoring. So after pushing her unfinished work onto Lorena, she'd fallen asleep. What a charlatan. Lorene changed as quietly as she could and took a seat by Asia, aka side. The bed creaked in protest, but the sound wasn't loud enough to alert the other maids of her presence. You didn't need to stay awake for me, you know? I know, but I was so very nervous. Why? You were gone for such a long time. I thought... Oh, well, I don't know. I thought perhaps the ghost had found you. Well, perhaps it did in a sense. What? Shh, 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 shh. Lorena held a finger up to her lips, imploring silence. Oh, I'm sorry. Asia ducked her head, her cheeks flushed. That is, I meant to say, what? Lorena had never heard someone have a mental breakdown quite so quietly before. She hadn't thought such a thing was possible, but Asia was proven her wrong. This night was indeed a night of surprises. I found your ghost, Asia, if you could call it that. Upon reflection, I think it might have been even more dangerous than a phantom. No! Asia pressed a hand against her mouth. Her eyes were big and round. It wasn't a demon, was it? Some would label her as such, but I prefer to call her Lady Constance. Huh, Lady Constance? The one and only. But what was Lady Constance doing outside? Searching for her manners, perhaps? Well, I hope she found them. Couldn't count on it. But the encounter really had sparked a fair amount of interest in Lorena's generous breast. I keep looking back at the screen when you say Asia. That's all for you, buddy. Maybe there was more to Lady Constance than met the eye. The 18th of April, Monday. But the hypothesis, that was it. That was my moment. The hypothesis put to the test most forcefully the following day. Add me in the game. Add you in the game? This game? What do you mean? Oh, you want me to make you one of the characters? Okay. Let's see. Prim. Did anyone start with a P? Oh, you'll be Polly. You'll be the mean one. Get out of my sight, you ingrate. I don't ever want to look at you. But Lady Constance. Enough. Get out. Get out. Go away. What in the world? Though the voices were muffled behind closed doors, Lorena could pick up each and every word with ease. Mademoiselle, I never meant to cause any offense. I don't care what you meant. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. But what should I tell your mother? Tell her we're done. You're not coming back. I can't even stand to see your face. But mademoiselle, how many times do I have to tell you I am not a mademoiselle? I am a lady. My lady. It's too late for that. Shut up. Get out. Get out. There was a sudden bang. Miss Amy exited the drawing room, her bright red hair curling free from its restricted bun. Her eyes were almost wild, and her face was so pale she looked as though she had seen a ghost. In a way, she had. She had experienced a close encounter with the feared ghost of Bly, renowned by striking raw, icy terror into the hearts of all. Mademoiselle, please. She told you to call her a lady. Shut up. But are you stupid? Do you hears not work? I told you to leave. I apologize. It's too late for that. It is much, much, much too late. Get out of my sight before I throw something at you. I hate you. Yes, I will take my leave now. I think we missed the hot men. I don't know how close we are to the end of this story, but it's not as Yuri as I thought it was gonna be. Don't come back. Miss Amy all but fled down the hallway. She stumbled more than once, and Lorena instinctively reached forth to help her. The poor woman looked like she could use some help. Oh, Lorena. Lorena, mon chéri, I apologize that you had to see such a shameful side of my character. Jessie, désolé. I don't need an apology. I am, Lorena frowned. She wasn't sure what to say. This girl is the MC Constance. Yeah, she's constantly in the way of my story progression. There was nothing she could say. What happened? Mademoiselle, oh, she is in such a foul mood this morning. She refused to pick up a quill. She yawned whenever she spoke. She even turned her nose up at the piano. But I thought Lady Constance liked the piano. She does. She's remarkably good at it. But today, none. Stubborn as a mule. Isn't she always stubborn? Indeed she is, but it's worse today. I don't know what happened, but after I tried for the dozenth time to coax her into doing some work, she exploded. Exactament. I see. Lorena saw only too well. Forgive me, Lorena. I don't want to disrupt your work. You aren't disrupting me. I was the one who asked you, bro. Hui hui. Miss Amy nodded and looked distracted. Lorena didn't blame her. I would say until we meet again, but I fear this will be the last time I work with the young mademoiselle. Even if Mademoiselle Leonard does not fire me, Miss Amy's words faltered and she bit her lower lip. I cannot work for such a child any longer. She is only 12 years old, but she frightens me. The description says a kinetic storyline with no choices, branches. It said it was 8-ish hours, which is why I said you might have to do it in 2 streams back when we were going to start at 2, but we started it like at noonish, like noon 30. Noon 30, if you will. But I don't know. Jay's like, it has no choices. It says it right here. I don't read the descriptions, Jay. I just buy the games. Poor Mademoiselle, to lose yet another governess. The changes must be hard on her, undoubtedly, but if only she could learn to control her temper. Like the Beast in Beauty and the Beast, Miss Amy straightened herself, brushing a few strands of red behind her ear. Au revoir, Lorena. It was a pleasure. Goodbye, Miss Amy, likewise. And with that small curtsy, the governess walked down the corridor and out of Lorena's life for good. I don't even know what's happening. Drama. Like, picture Bridgerton without any dating. Which is weird, right? Lorena didn't doubt that she would never see Miss Amy again, who would continue to subject themselves to Lady Constance's abuse if they had a choice. It was unthinkable. Dehydrate. Okay, wait, what do I have left? Oh man. Last of this, I guess. I only know 2 connective visual novels plus Speakeasy Vandis gonna be kinetic. I like choices. We're here for Leah. Thank you. I like your bunny sticker. It's so cute. It's beautiful. I'd pin it, but I think we miss Hot Min. It belongs there. I miss them too. Lorena didn't doubt that she would never see them, so Lorena didn't think about it. But what of Lady Constance? Why are you constantly a problem, Constance? Lorena glanced down the hallway. Lady Constance was still standing in the entrance of the drawing room, her face a pale death mask. Her lips were drawn together in a firm line, but her chest was rising and falling raggedly. Why? Why are you here, maid? Oh, I happened to be passing by? And you just happened to be eavesdropping, did you? Forgive me, miss. You were being rather loud. Whatever. Lady Constance turned her nose up in the air. The story is bound to get out eventually. Amy will leave. I always knew she would. And then you and the other maids will have you some nice, juicy gossip to share amongst yourselves. I know how much you love gossip. These girls just it's self-sabotage. Why does it feel like Constance has more presence than Talhua? Because she does. She do. Should have had Ray voice Constance.
Yeah, it's like we're dating her instead. Damn.
Yeah. She's not dateable. She's not the right age. She's far from the right age.
Yep.
Lady Constance's tone was pointed. Lorena almost found herself feeling guilty. Almost. She had nothing to feel guilty about after all. She wasn't the one who had nearly reduced Miss Amy's sweet, innocent Miss Amy, who had sympathized with Lady Constance and offered Lorena a biscuit. You're right, she offered us a biscuit. You better be freaking nice to her, Constance. Brought her to tears. Caught you in 4K. Levi's abs are a snack. Where's Levi's abs? Where are they? You really shouldn't behave like that. Oh? Lady Constance's eyes flashed dangerously, her little hands clenched into fists. What was that, maid? I said you shouldn't behave like that. It's improper. And what gives you the right to lecture me? It isn't a matter of rights. All I know is I was raised to respect my elders. You might be a lady. Lorena spat the words out with no small amount of malice. But the fact remains that you are still a child and you have no reason to speak to Miss Amy like that. None at all. I see, so you think this is my fault. I can't see who is to blame. You were the one shrieking like a banshee. Oh, of course, that's so typical. You don't ask for my side of the story, but you've already started to sign and blame. Lady Constance. Don't call me that. I know you don't mean it. You don't respect me, you... Lady Constance stabbed a finger in Lorena's direction. Stabbed? Her blonde hair fluttering about her shoulders like a shroud. None of you respect me, not the cooks, or the maids, or my governess. How was Miss Amy disrespecting you? She has always treated me with disrespect. She tries to act nice as though she's my friend. Are you all right, mademoiselle? Is something the matter? But she has no interest in getting to know me. She just wants her wages at the end of the day like everybody else. You're all disgusting, every last one of you. I thought you might not be so bad, but Lady Constance shook her head. You still take her side. You believe her words over mine, even though I'm a lady. Well, I'm sick of it. I'm sick of all of y'all. Just disappear. Bro. And with that, Lady Constance drew back her right hand and smacked her palm against a vase resting on a nearby pedestal. Not just any vase, an expensive vase. All the decorations in the Lennard house were expensive. almost tastily so Lorena had cause to ponder on more than one occasion. This vase, however, was worth more than most. It was one of Lady Leonard's personal favorites and depicted the love affair of Cupid and Psyche. We know that story, don't we, guys? We know that story. Hey, we're gonna get back to Cupid Parasite soon. And all Lorena could do was stare. Slowly, very slowly, as if time had come to a crawl, the vase fell through the air and shattered against the carpet. It shattered into dozens, hundreds, thousands of pieces, not thousands, I'll be dramatic, or more. It was impossible to count. It's probably possible. The mere thought of trying made Lorena feel dizzy. She had never been very good at mathematics. Cupid Parasite reference, look, like that, like the little meme. It was right there. Neither was she good at re-ending in her own emotions, which threatened to explode. Talking about Cupid Parasite, I hope I get my package early again. I hope you get it early too, bro. It is exciting. I want pictures of the book because I want to see pictures of the donuts. Neither was she good at re-ending in her own emotions, which threatened to explode. You. She turned to Lady Constance, her eyes narrowed. How could you do something like that? I don't know what you're talking about. But the vase. Yes, the vase, one of Mother's favorites, a gift Father brought back from Italy. Lady Constance ran a hand through her hair casually, without a care in the world. It was the same hand, Lorena noted, she had used to push the vase off its plinth and into its early grave. Not that ceramic had graveyards. You will be in a lot of trouble when she finds out, maid. What are you talking about? Well, you're the one who broke it, aren't you? Lorena's mouth parted into small O's of unabashed shock. She could hardly believe her ears. How could Lady Constance stand there, now so cool and composed, and accuse Lorena of a crime she hadn't committed? Oh, well, whatever. It would have been a different matter if Lady Constance had been more sneaky about it, but this was so blatant. The deep injustice of her situation stung Lorena's pride even more acutely than the thorns from the rose had. How can you accuse me of something I haven't done? Very easily. Would you like to see? No, you can't. Didn't your mother ever tell you not to tell lies? Perhaps, but Mom will believe whatever I tell her. Lorena didn't doubt that. Lady Leonard had always been a doting mother to Lady Constance's detriment. What does this storyline have to do with our gay fairy tale? Heavens only knows. I think we're supposed to make Constance a better person and then sleep with a beautiful woman, I think, as a reward. Is that how that works? Why else would she allow her heirloom hellion of a daughter to cycle through governesses so rapidly, even quicker than the changing leaves? You broke it. That's what I'll tell her. Maybe it was an accident. You were cleaning and you happened to trip or stumble, but it was still your fault. All your fault. An unpleasant smirk splits across Lady Constance's lips. I wonder what she'll say. How could you? Yeah, I think she might say something to that effect. Why, you little... Oh dear, what seems to have happened here? Oh.
Oh, she's finally there.
What if that's her mom this whole time? Would that be funny? She's just pretending to be a maid this whole time. Lady Constance's back straightened. She looked at Talhua anxiously from beneath her fringe with a contrite expression Lorena had never seen her wear before. Could it be? Was Lady Constance, of all people, afraid?
My, what a mess.
Tao Hua picked her way across the carpet carefully, holding her skirt in her hand as she took care not to place her feet on any stray shards of ceramic.
It appears that somebody has broken a vase, and oh dear, it was the one depicting Cupid and Psyche, wasn't it? I was rather fond of that vase.
Mother was fond of it too until this useless maid broke it. I did no such thing.
Lori, please, I appreciate that you are upset, but there are better ways to settle this. It isn't very ladylike to engage in petty squabbling, is it?
It isn't petty. The vase was expensive. Then why did you push it over? I didn't push it over. You broke it. But I saw you do it.
All right, you two. Fighting won't get us anywhere. Let's take a moment to calm ourselves, shall we?
You're just a maid. What do you know?
I may be just a maid, as you so eloquently put it, but that is why I cannot let this be. I only want the best for you, Lady Constance. While I appreciate that you are upset over the destruction of an expensive family heirloom, you can't take your anger out on your staff. A true lady will try to get her maids to respect her, not fear her.
That was what Tao Hua said. And she said it so smoothly too that Lorena felt herself being drawn in. Am I the only one who keeps looking at the boobas? No, I think they're made for us to look at. They need better bras. There's not a lot of support. They're supporting it themselves. All of them. It was impossible to resist. Not even Lady Constance could stand her ground against Tao Hua. Tao Hua? Well, you might be right.
I know, I often am. It is one of the many perks of being me. Now, I don't know what happened or how the vase came to be broken, so I will not assign any blame. It would be in your best interest, however, if we cleaned it up. I wouldn't want anybody to hurt themselves.
Bet her back hurts like hell all the time.
Lori, would you be a dear and fetch me a dustpan and brush?
Surely you're not going to clean it up yourself.
Of course, being a maid, that's my job.
But this isn't your fault.
And as I already told you, I don't care whose fault it is. It's much more important that we resolve this issue. Chop chop.
Tahoe clapped her hands together. It's Tahoe again. With each successive chop, Lorena nodded. Fine. So saying trying to quell the evident gratitude in her voice, Lorena exited the hallway. She's carrying a lot on her chest. That's true. She's got a lot that she needs to get off her chest.
Thank you, my little Lori.
Don't mention it. Tao Hua pondered, examining the broken vase critically.
Even if I sweep up the evidence, I won't be able to hide this from Lady Leonard. I can't imagine she'll be pleased to hear about this, no matter what I tell her.
But I love that vase. She'll be very upset.
can imagine. Well, I suppose I could always tell her that I broke it.
Today was the day for surprises, evidently, and not just little shocks on par with unexpected raindrops against the nape of the neck. This was more keen to it being hit in a bolt of lightning. But you didn't break it! Exactly, it's ridiculous. Are you trying to be some sort of saint? Oh my gosh, she's the saint that Liza-Lot prays to. Like Liza-Lot's beloved Saint Verena, perhaps. No, Lorena couldn't see it. No matter how she examined Tahua, she couldn't detect the slightest slither of saintliness about her. Really? Why are you so judgy?
I know I didn't, but as there's no way of telling who the fault of the broken vase lies with, it would be immoral to assign any blame.
Oh wait, did I miss
But
it?
it would. Oh,
But it would be even more admirable to blame somebody who wasn't there to begin with.
I don't mind. It doesn't bother me.
Will bother Lady Leonard.
So it may, and I will certainly be in disgrace for it, but I doubt it would disrupt my current position. You might be easy to replace, my little Lori, but I am not.
Rude. It was true though. Taohua was not easy to replace. Lorena had never seen a more exquisite woman before. Much like the vase, but she's not saintly-like. Much like the vase, she was quaint curiosity from a foreign land, except she would not break quite as easily.
As for you, Lady Constance, you should probably take your leave. It is dangerous for you to linger here with broken china strewn across the carpet.
Like you need to tell me I don't want to spend time with you anyway. Lady Constance turned her nose up in the air and stalked off, proud as a cat. Taohua watched the little girl as she left, her head tilted to one side.
What a charming girl.
Are you being sarcastic?
She can be quite a handful, it is true.
It's far worse than that.
Lady Leonard spoils her. I am sure she means well by it, but loving somebody too much can be poison.
Taohua shook her head. I hate selfish. Oops, sorry. Thought it was my turn.
I hate selfish little girls like that.
Though Tahua's voice remained light and unafflicted, there was a bite to her words Lorena hadn't heard before. It almost startled her. Hate is quite a strong word, don't you think?
Are you lecturing me, Lori?
No, not at all. I don't like Lady Constance either. I can't stand her. It's just... I didn't know you cared about people enough to hate them.
You think I am that detached from my fellow man?
Hard to say. Yes? Oh, no, just straight up, yes.
How cruel. Your impression of me must be frightful.
You don't do much to dispel it.
And after I did you such a favor, too. I could have walked on by and it would have made no difference to me.
Why did you help? I didn't ask for it.
I suppose that I stepped in because I dislike the way Lady Constance carries on, and I wanted to teach her a lesson. Somebody has to if her mother won't.
I see. Lorena sighed, deflated. Though she didn't know why. What had she been hoping for anyways? Tao Hua's response made perfect sense. It would have been odder if her reaction had been inspired by any other sort of motivation. Surely. I wanted you to say you liked me. Say it. Yet that was not the first time Tao Hua had come to her aid. There was a thorn, and then the fireplace, and now the vase. Was there a deeper meaning behind it? Or had Tao Hua simply been stricken with a sudden fit of whimsy? Maybe she had merely been trying to teach Lady Constance a lesson. Lorena herself often wanted to discipline Lady Constance, but she knew she wouldn't be able to get very far. I don't know why. She listens to you. She never listens to me.
Because you, my little Lori, are not particularly frightening.
17-hour mark coming up. We're doing it, guys. We're doing it. And you are?
Oh, I'm dreadful.
Tao Hua curled her fingers into claws, and Lorena laughed. She couldn't help herself. You're so silly. But I still made you smile. Oops, sorry. PogChamp.
But I still made you smile. I would consider that a success.
I just wonder, how are you able to make Lady Constance act so obediently? She walked off. Is she obedient?
I suppose I have more practice. I've known her since she was even smaller than a pack of flour.
I think she would bully me all the time, even if I had known her as long as you.
I think that's a fair assessment. You are quite fun to tease.
What? Tao Hua smiled and tugged at the end of Lorena's ponytail.
Nothing. Pay it no heed.
Get your hands off me then.
And that is precisely your problem.
What?
You get too flustered. If you want people to obey you, you shouldn't cower or stammer or shy away, but neither should you make your anger too apparent. Anger only breeds mourning.
I can't help being angry. Lady Constance is so cruel, not just the vase, but what she did to Miss Amy.
I know. We have a good many things to be angry about, but it'll get us nowhere.
You said you hated Lady Constance.
I do, but I don't let her know that. Not too openly. It's better to treat others with arch disdain, but not abject revulsion. Keep them guessing. Then they won't know how to respond.
That sounds awfully manipulative to me.
All human interactions are about manipulation, my little Lori.
Well, I don't think I could pull it off. I get too worked up.
I know. You're not very good at keeping your cool, but it's not a trait that I dislike. It will make your life more difficult, but mine infinitely more entertaining.
Wait, what do you mean entertaining? Egads. Taohua smiled sardonically and ruffled the top of Lorena's head. You will have to solve that problem on your own. What a weird cut. What was that? Lorena was attempting to write a letter. The key word being attempting because she had advanced no further than the first two words. Dear Mother. It was a start, she supposed, but what came next? What could she say? She wanted to write about Tao Wa, but the words wouldn't come. She had no words to describe her. Come on, Lorena, she castigated herself. Think. But she couldn't think, and thinking became all the harder when... Lorena, did you hear? Lorena jumped. A round blot of black ink fell from the end of the quill and landed on her writing paper. She glanced at the paper, which was now ruined, and then back at Lizelot. Down at the paper, then back at Lizelot. Well, so much for that. Lorena clicked her tongue against the roof of her mouth. Then, with a small smile, she crumpled the now useless piece of paper up in her right hand and tossed it to the side. She didn't see where it landed, and neither did she care. Writing paper was expensive, yes, and it pained Lorena to waste money, but what could she do? Just not worry about it. It's a single drop. She could hardly scrape the stray ink off the page and start again. The damage was already done. Oh, I apologize. I'm not in your way, am I? No, don't worry about it. I'm all right. Lorena raised her head, forcing a smile. What do you want to tell me, Lizelot? I heard a very interesting rumor. What? Lizelot tapped a finger against her lowered lip. I'm getting locked heart voice from Lizelot. I heard it from Asia, who heard it from James, who heard it from Ewan, who heard it from Bessie, who heard it from... Can you get to the point already? Lorena had been in Bly for 4 months, but she had trouble keeping track of all the people Lady Leonard employed, and Bly was a relatively small estate. In Hearthwell, Lorena had shared her attic bedroom with no less than 11 maids like herself. Well, what I wanted to say, it appears Miss Amy has left. Oh, yeah, I already heard. But Lorena has not heard it through a conventional game of Chinese whispers. From a footman to a chambermaid to a tea boy, she had been there in person, and she had seen the events that unfolded with her own 2 eyes. Not that Lorena had any interest of telling Lizelot that. And if the other maids knew, she'd become a subject of gossip herself. More so than she already was. And so, it is true. Lizelot sighed. She looked dejected. And I was hoping it was just a rumor. I quite liked Miss Amy. It's a pity Lady Constance didn't. Lady Constance does not like any of her governess. In fact, it is worse than that. Lady Constance does not like anyone. Lorena blinked. Lizelot was such an unfailing, cheery girl. It was strange to hear her speak ill of another, even if that other was Lady Constance, whom everyone disliked. Even the footmen, the chambermaids, and the tea boy. Do you have a run-in with Lady Constance today? Indeed, she tripped me as I was walking down the hall. I bumped my head. She did not even apologize. A lot lowered lip trembled. She brushed the blonde fringe aside to show Lorena a small egg-shaped lump on her forehead. Sounds like Lady Constance, all right. Oh, but it was such a pity. Miss Amy was so nice. She always stopped to talk to me in the hallway, and unlike Miss Lillian, in comparison, Miss Lillian was so austere. Exactly. She didn't even look at us servants. She was so hoity. Well, she was the daughter of a gentleman. Yes, but she had such air and grace when she was a servant just like us. Miss Amy was nothing like that. Which is probably why she didn't last. Indeed. Lady Constance can be a very frightful. I would be afraid of her if I had to wait on her every other day. Lizelot smoothed her fringe down, hiding the ugly bump and letting her arm fall to her side. But oh, it's such a pity Miss Amy did not deserve to go. Indeed, it is a pity. Lorena's shoulders tensed. Prim. Hello, Lorena. Lottie. Prim entered the servants' quarter, closing the door behind her with a thud far louder than necessary, and gave the pair of girls an amusing grin. I see you're all gossiping about Miss Amy. Ultimately, departure. Lizelot, who was incapable of seeing the bad in anyone except, it appeared, Lady Constance, nodded eagerly. Oh, that is right. It's so unfair. I feel so bad for the poor woman. My heart bleeds. Like hell it did. But I'm sure Lady Leonard will find a replacement soon enough. She always does, despite Lady Constance's reputation. There are a lot of women desperate to make money out there who will do anything for a few coins. Prim shot a sidelong glance at Lorena, her lips curved into a thin smile. Isn't that right, Lorena? Lorena? Oh, but it's quite heartbreaking. Why should an honest, hardworking woman like Miss Amy be driven away from her place of employment? Lorena turned her head. She knew what was coming next. When a girl of ill repute, such as yourself, is still allowed to work here. The 24th of April. Blessed are the poor in spirit, for those is the kingdom of heaven. This is too much. I don't think we need to go to church, guys. That would indeed be nice if it were true. But over the last week, Lorena had been having some serious doubts. If those who were poor in spite were inherited the kingdom of heaven, then why did those in the lower echelon of society have to sit at the very back of the church? If Tao Hua were there, Lorena was sure she wouldn't just have snorted at the hypocrisy of it all. Why is she pondering the hypocrisy of the Bible? Of all things, she had been raised better than that. My word! She was a good Christian girl, certainly not the kind who would be questioning the verses written in the King James Bible. It must have been Tao Hua's fault the older woman was getting to her. Blessed are those that mourn, for they shall be comforted. But those who had cause to mourn rarely found comfort. When Lorena's father had died, nobody had come to help the Wow's family. Instead, Lorena's mother had bitten back her grief, rolled up her sleeves, and diverted all of her efforts into the upkeep of her small shop. She had worked from dusk until dusk, donning socks and sewing lace onto sleeves until her fingers were bent, swollen, and sore, and it hurt for her to even move them. Lorena had helped, for nobody else would, and her mother could hardly afford to employ any assistant. So too did Ethel and Mary, but it wasn't enough, not with little Alice on the way and their father lost at the bottom of the ocean. This is definitely Cinderella. That's how the dad dies in Cinderella. So Lorena became a maid. That was 3 years ago. Felt like a lifetime. Blessed are the meek who shall inherit the earth. But once more humans, Once more, Lorena could not square that statement with reality. Sorry, I was going so far off. If the meek truly would inherit the earth, why had Miss Amy been driven from Bly? It seemed entirely unfair, dude. Blessed are ye when men shall revile you and persecute you, and shall say all manners of evil against you falsely for my sake. Well, Prim had been reviling and persecuting Lorena most grandly as of late, but Lorena didn't feel particularly blessed. If anything, she felt miserable. The only one capable of coming to Lorena's defense was Tahua. Imagine comparing the Bible to your life. Constantly. If that's what revered Marner meant, could Tahua be considered a blessing? But Loren wasn't sure about that. Tahua, with her black heart and wicked smile, was more demonic than angelic. Hardly a being God would send to comfort Lorena in her darkest hour. What has she done? What has she done to earn a black heart? She's been helping you this whole time. Just because she hasn't gone to church? Bro. The Bible says and you are not allowed to judge other people. You cannot throw your assertions on them. You do a lot of judging for someone who's not supposed to judge. Rejoice and be exceedingly glad, for great is your reward in heaven, for so persecuted they the prophets which can be for you. Maybe Lorena did have cause to be glad after all. She had Tahwa. And perhaps Tawa was enough. Maybe. Hard to say. Oh, Ada, you must be so relieved. But why? Did you not hear about Reverend Marner said? Lizelot smiled brightly, like one who had made a great scientific breakthrough. Knowing Lizelot, the chance of that happening was slim to none. Blessed are the meek, he said, the meek. And what does that mean? You are rather meek, are you not, Asia? Asia pointed to herself, her cheeks flushed pink. I am? Indeed. But what does it mean to be meek? I'm not entirely sure. Lizelot pondered, tapping her finger against her lower. Is it a complex word? And I have been learning English for over 5 years. 5 years is enough, surely.
If a 5-year-old could not speak basic English, I would worry it was an idiot.
But when I was 5, I only spoke in Swiss German. My English is not so good. Then why are you acting so entitled after attending a single sermon, Lottie?
I doubt you could even understand it.
Oh. Maybe not, but the Reverend has a very, a rich and passionate voice. It is nice to listen to him, and I quite agree with what he has to say. Lizelot smiled proudly, seemingly unaware that Prim and Isabel were teasing her. The meek will rule the kingdom of heaven, and then girls such as Asia will be rewarded. I don't know if I would feel comfortable ruling anything. Yes, let's not let that happen. It would be a right mess.
Much like your explanations.
What can you expect from a blonde?
Hey, what about me?
You're not a drippy Swiss maid like Lottie. It doesn't count.
I suppose so.
I failed to see what my hair color has to do with anything. I like your hair color. Oh, thank you, but... Lizelot pinched a lock of her blonde hair between her fingers and tilted her head to one side. What do you think, Lorena? I think your hair is very pretty. But Lorena's voice was absent, though she was with her fellow maids in the present, walking through the streets of Ellesmere. Her mind was miles away. If you don't mind, I need to post a letter. Oh, you and your letters. Why do you even bother?
Maids shouldn't write. We have more important things to worry about.
Why would you want to? Who would want to receive a letter from you, anyways? My mother, hopefully. Your precious mother can't be that keen on you, or she wouldn't be sent you away to Bly. Prim, you go too far. I'm not sure Lorena's mother loves her a great. I'm sure Lorena's mother loves her a great deal. Probably. Whatever. Pauline rolled her eyes. She didn't look convinced. You can do what you want, Lorena, but I shan't cover for you if you are late again. I'll tell Mr. Lester and Miss Smith. I swear I will. Lorena knew. She hadn't expected for one moment that Prim would cover for her. She never done it before. Thank you, Lorena replied, was stiff, so were her shoulders. You know, you might want to be careful, Loren. Why? Miss Amy was sent away from Bly. You never know who will be next. Thank you for your patronage, ma'am. Lorena bowed her head and exited the post office, the bell overhead jingling as she did so. The sound was hot. Why is it nighttime? How far away is the post office from where you go to church? This doesn't make sense. This is not a huge town, right? Lorena bowed her head and exited the post office. The bell overhead jingled as she did so. The sound was light and jolted and helped lift Lorena's spirits. Being free from Bly and all of those who lived there within it, Lady Leonard, Lady Constance, Prim, and Isabel for a scant handful of minutes was pure bliss. Lorena could get used to this kind of freedom. Is this what the kingdom of heaven will be? Lorena hoped so. But at the same time, she had begun to doubt whether she would be going there after she died. Shouldn't have questioned Reverend Marnier, so she must have understood religion in far greater depths than she did. She was, after all, a reverend? Oh, okay. Lorena was just a maid. Just a maid. The way you spat out the name Prim. Listen, you're a bad guy. You pinched my ear in this game. With a small sigh, Lorena walked through Ellesmere. As if it was a Sunday, all the shops were closed. Lorena's only ever went to Ellesmere on a Sunday, and she had never seen the grocer open for business, or the you snaking along the street at the butcher. The atmosphere on the day of the rest was slow, lazy, and languished, as it should have been. A black cat luxuriated in the spring sunshine. A few butterflies, cabbage patch, judging by the milky white ring, fluttered in the air. Lorena made her way past chatting old ladies, a few children playing hopscotch on the street, a tall woman with unusual eyes and long black hair. Wait a minute. Lorena paused, her footsteps stilled. She watched the woman as she walked past, her long hair fluttering behind her like an inverted bridal veil. The mysterious woman wore the attire of a maid, with a black skirt and a sensible white apron that held a leather case in her right hand rather more elegantly than Lorena's battered trunk with a crushed corner. Lorena recognized her. She hadn't seen that case before, and a most peculiar case it was, but she knew she had. She knew that hand that held it. Tahua?
Oh,
Tahua turned, about to smile, about a small smile on her face.
my little Lori, this is a pleasant surprise.
Judging by her tone, she meant it. Lorena's face flustered. She dropped her head and looked at her shoes. For whatever reason, Taopa's presence unsettled her. Maybe because Lorena had spent much of her Sunday service running the older maid's face through her mind, thinking of her eyes, her nose, her lips. Why her lips? It's not really a surprise. I go to church every Sunday. You should know that.
Oh yes, silly me. It quite slipped my mind.
Taopa's laughed softly. Her laughter was light and elegant. If anything, I should be asking you what you're doing here. The service ended a few minutes ago. You know? Taopa raised an eyebrow.
You think I would come here to go to church?
No, but I can think of no other reason why you would come here unless... Lorena glanced at the case, marveling at its bizarre hourglass shape. What do you have there?
This?
Taopa glanced at the case and smiled mischievously.
This, my little Lori, is a secret.
Of course it is. Lorena heaved a heavy sigh. I should have known. Nothing was easy with Tahua. Tahua. The 25th of April, Monday. Dear goodness. The following day was a Monday, and once more, Lorena found herself occupied with the laundry. The young maid sighed, wiping the back of her forehead with her arm and stepping back to admire her handiwork. After a rigorous half an hour, she finally managed to peg the laundry up on lines. The white linen fluttered like ghosts in the air. Can they kiss already? I mean, honestly, I wish. If Liza Lott had been there, she would have fainted clean away. What a peculiar girl. Lorena watched the sheet flutter for a while, billowing up in a manner that reminded her of a ball gowns. Not that she had ever been to a ball. For real, man. Lorena might have been a Cinderella-like figure forced to scutter about amongst the ashes of soot, but she would never, ever be able to attend a grand event like this. Remember when we played that one game and it turned out to be a vampire? That was a great time, wasn't it? Whew, not without a fairy godmother. And speaking of self-appointed fairy godmothers... Hello, Lori. It's a beautiful day, isn't it? Oh, sorry, that was you.
Hello, Lori. It's a beautiful day, isn't it?
An hourglass-shaped case. What if it's an hourglass? Boom. It's an hourglass. It's just a normal hourglass. It's the vase.
Why would you carry an hourglass
it's the
around
vase. With you? She fixed the vase. Maybe? She's a witch? Tahua? Lorena glanced at the parlor maid from beneath her eyelashes. Sometimes Lorena forgot because she often saw Tawa for a scant matter of seconds as they passed in the hallway, but the parlor maid really was tall. It's a triangle. Hourglass. Hourglass is two. No, that's not hourglass. An hourglass is a glass cylinder that has sand in it, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. I see you've been. Oh, that's you. That's you. I'm talking over you.
I see you've been busy doing the laundry.
Yes, well, Prim was supposed to help, but.
She mysteriously vanished, am I correct?
She always vanishes, and there's nothing mysterious about it. She'll be
Darn you,
off.
Prim.
Right? Yeah, how dare you? Oh, that's not an hourglass. That is a thing that goes back and forth. That's like a minute, not a minute hand. It has a word, but that's not an hourglass.
Triangle? Symbols?
No, the one that goes tick, tick,
Oh,
tick, tick, tick.
metronome.
Metrodome, yeah. She'll be off bothering the stable hands, or fawning over the valets, or gossiping with Isabel about something or other, something entirely unimportant.
That does sound like Prim.
Taohua sighed. The wind made her hair dance mysteriously. Hey, you said you wanted to be in the book story. You're in it. You got. The wind made her hair dance mysteriously, almost exotically. The smell of orange peel and bergamot hung in the air, a lingering aroma of tea leaves, perhaps. Being a parlor maid, Tahwa spent a good deal of her time serving cups of tea to Lady Leonard and her guest, and she often had a faintly fruity aroma to her.
If you'd wish, I could tell Miss Smith about it. Prim's conduct is abysmal.
Oh no, it's fine.
But she's making your life difficult.
And Taohua didn't know the half of it. Are you just talking about the little thing that's like a square and you go ding? But that's not. Why are we talking about that? But that's not an hourglass would be a very much bigger than that. And if any complaints about Prim's conduct were to reach the draconian Miss Smith, Lorena would be sure to get the blame. Lorena's life would no longer be worth living if that was the case. Prim was not a learned woman by any means. She couldn't read or write. She was, however, unsettlingly sneaky, intelligent when it came to rooting out weak points and exploiting them for maximum effect. Her words rose once more to Lorena's mind. Slut. Sounds like Prim.
You look perplexed, my little Lori. If Prim is abusing you to the point where you can't focus on your work, I might need to take matters into my own hands.
I appreciate it, but I'd much rather you didn't.
But Lori.
What?
I don't like to see you suffer so. Not when I have the power to help you.
I'm not suffering. Don't exaggerate. I'm stronger than I look. I just have like a gouge out of my ear because she stabbed me.
an independent young lady?
Indeed. Lorena didn't break down after the death of her father, and she wouldn't break down now. No, she would cut Prim's hair off in her sleep. That's probably what she would do. Prim's provocations might have been unsettling, but Lorena had dealt with worse. You deleted that sounds like Prim. She didn't need Tao Hua to figure out her battles for her. In fact, the raised an interesting question of its own. Why have you been so nice to me lately?
Do you even need to ask?
Well, I just did ask, so...
Oh, Lori, it's because I like you, silly.
Ah, you, all of a sudden the spring sunshine seemed a touch warmer than before. It was making Lorena's cheeks burn, or perhaps they were burning on their own accord. She had not expected that. Why do you like? You barely know me.
Because you have such a funny, serious face for such a young girl, and you always work very hard. You're tenacious. It's quite adorable, really.
I am not.
You definitely are.
Lorena folded her arms and turned her head to one side. Oh, I think you have bad taste. Sorry, I thought that was your line.
And I think you should have some more self-confidence, Miss Woe.
It's true. Woe is her. Top Wow tugged at Lorena's ponytail with her thumb and forefinger instinctively. Lorena jerked her head away and gave Top Wow a glare. Cut that out. The older maid giggled again. Lorena scowled. At least Top Wow's gentle teasing was preferable to the out-and-out cruelty that fell from Pauline's lips. Oh, sorry, Prim's lips. Lips so rude.
Now, if you're finished with the laundry, Lori, would you care to come with me? There is something I wish to show you.
Why?
So suspicious. I just want to show you something cute.
Cute. Is it a puppy?
It will cheer you up.
A twist in the laundry room? Ooh la la. Well. Oh yeah. Wait, I have another one. Please.
Please, my little Lori. Please.
It was unlike Tao Hua to beg. The brazen display was so highly unsuitable for such a cool, calm, aloof woman. Lorena found herself agreeing simply so Tao Hua would stop. Fine, all right, I can lend you an ear for 5 minutes, but only 5 minutes, you understand?
Oh, goody.
Tao Hua smiled brightly and clapped her hands together. Lorena surveyed her, eyes half-lidded and mistrustful. Her face flushed the softest shade of peach pink. Why did she feel like she had been manipulated? Well, one can only hope. As Lorena soon discovered that something cute Tao Hua wanted to show her was... a cat! Oh, look at the kitty cat. It's a kitty cat. Bah.
That's right.
Taohua beamed proudly like a mother cradling a newborn babe. The cat the older maid held in her arms was black, its eyes brilliantly green. It bore more than a passing resemblance to the one petting it, to such an extent it was quite uncanny. Victorian-era drama is not very fun. I'm so sorry, Jay. It looked fun from the photo. They were kissing on the cover, bro. The cat nuzzled its fluffy head against Taohua's chest, its ears twitching. Even every once in a while, it purred contently, batting Taohua's arm with a padded paw. Where did this cat even come from?
Well, when a daddy cat loves a mummy cat very much.
Be sensible, please.
Oh my, little Lori, I think you were rather too sensible.
Sensitive. Sensible what? No, never. I'm sensitive. I'm just sensitive. Taohua laughed. The cat cradled in her arms shook, roused by the motion of Taohua's chest.
I don't know where it came from exactly. I just seem to attract cats. It's my special talent.
Lorena resisted the urge to roll her eyes. While other girls can plait French braids or play the harpsichord, you can summon cats at will.
It is quite a useful skill, more so than one might think.
I'll take your word for it. She's never seen skinwalkers. Taohua rubbed her fingers behind her sleepy kitty's ears. It purred in approval. How long has the cat been coming to Bly?
I'm not entirely sure. He's been hanging around the gardens for a while, a few months or so.
Does he belong to anyone in Ellesmere?
I think he's a stray.
He looks rather well fed for a stray.
Because I'm very sentimental, deep down inside, and I love doting on creatures that are smaller and weaker than I.
Hydrate. Lorena pondered, one hand behind her chin. You know, I found Lady Constance in the garden a few nights ago.
I couldn't give a stuff about that unpleasant brat.
Me neither, but it does make me wonder. She said she heard a cat outside her bedroom window. Could it be this one?
I don't know, and I don't care. Either way, I won't surrender Figaro to her.
Figaro, Figaro, Figaro. Figaro?
After the Mozart opera, the marriage of,
Figaro? Oh, I don't know very much about opera. I've never even been to London.
It's fine. We don't all have the same opportunities in life. It can't be helped.
Suppose not. Lorena looked at Taohua curiously. Taohua might have had a higher social status than herself, but she was still only a maid. How many maids could afford to go to the opera?
What do you think about my cat Panion, Lori? He's cute, isn't he?
Yes, he's very cute.
Well, you can't have him.
Taohua stuck out her tongue playfully. Lorena resisted the urge to pinch Taohua's tongue between her thumb and forefinger.
Figaro is mine.
I thought you said he was a stray.
But he more or less belongs to me. He comes to my room every night.
Ah, yes, your room. I forgot you were so privileged.
I don't know if it's a privilege, really.
Definitely is. Most parlor maids wouldn't receive such special treatment.
I'm not like most parlor maids.
Talhua sighed, expelling a soft breath into the lukewarm air.
I suppose I don't mind the solitude, but it can become rather disquieting. Human beings were not made to be alone.
You mean you get lonely?
I'm made of flesh and blood like you. Isn't it normal for people to get lonely?
I don't know. I never would have expected it from you. You always act like you're too good to spend time with anyone, so I just assumed.
Is that a problem?
No, it's kind of endearing, actually.
Thank you. I'm glad you find my suffering endearing. It almost makes it all worthwhile. In any event, if you enjoy spending time with Figaro, and he seems rather fond of you, I see no reason for this to be your final farewell.
Pardon?
If you wish, you may come and see him in my room.
She's inviting us over to see your cat. But that... What? Oh, sorry.
What?
Your room. Your room belongs to you?
Indeed, my room does belong to me. Nicely observed.
Lorena pouted. Don't be like that.
What, right?
Lorena rolled her eyes heavenward, though her view of heaven was obscured somewhat by the thickets of trees that surrounded her. Oh, this is the perfect place to tell us you're a vampire. According to Tahua, Figaro was fond of the shade. He liked stealing away within the shadows of this more thickly forest area of Bly's garden and rarely padded past these trees. Don't be facetious. I just meant it would feel wrong somehow.
Why should it feel wrong? We're both women. There's nothing suspect about that, is there? Unless you're worried about being with Figaro.
Obviously, that isn't an issue.
Then
Tahua's eyes narrowed, a small smirk capturing her lips.
being with me is?
Lorena felt herself flustered despite the relative shade provided by the foliage. She bowed her head, lest Tahua see how pink her cheeks had become. Why did she feel so embarrassed? This invitation was completely innocent. Wasn't it? Lorena didn't know. It was hard to tell with Tahua, particularly when Tahua's earlier words continued to circle about the young maid's head. Oh, so cute. Yeah, that's fine. I remember. All right, how should I do this? Lorena stared at the floor, resolutely rocking back and forth on her heels as she thought, don't look so surprised. But I only came here to see Figaro. I don't really want to see you. Get out of my face. Leave me alone. Ew, gross. Anyways, how does that sound? Was that too defensive? It sounded too defensive, even to Lorena's ears. Ahem. I just want to see your cat. Show me the cat. Lorena's coughed. She could feel her cheeks starting to flush. This was no good. This was no good at all. She'd been standing outside Taro's room for 5 minutes, but she still had no idea how to approach her. The door to Taro's room loomed before her in darkness, unreasonably intimidating. Lorena swallowed. She shifted front foot to foot. Gosh, this is ridiculous. I'm being ridiculous. I am ridiculous. I'm not here for anything indecent. I'm just here to see Figaro. That's what Lorena's story, and she was gonna stick to it. Here to see a cat, all you have to do is knock. Just knock. It really wasn't that hard. Knock. Not compared to how some of the hoops Lady Constance made her jump through on a nearly daily basis. This is nothing. She could do it. Just knock. She would do it. Just like that, Lorena knocked against the door. She knocked once, twice, softly. And then she waited and waited and waited. Was Taohua not there? Maybe this was all a waste of time. The knot of unease in her stomach started to recede. Lorena wasn't sure if she was happy or sad by this turn of events, but at least she didn't have to face Taohua. She didn't know if she could. She turned ready to depart when...
Oh my.
A soft voice called out to her. The door opened, creaking on its hinges, and there stood Lorena. Lorena's unknowing tormentor.
Oh, I think she knows. Is that you, my little Lori?
Don't call me that.
I'll take it as a yes. Now...
Taohua's eyes roved over Lorena's body.
Why are you standing out there, silly? Come inside.
Thank you. Lorena was ushered inside, and Taohua closed the door behind her with a dull slam. There was no escaping now. This is how she dies.
I didn't expect you to take me up on my offer so quickly, you know.
Well, Lorena swallowed. Her throat was dry. I didn't have anything better to do, so...
I was the last resort?
Exactly. Your company is preferable to Prim's, at least.
I should hope so, too. You housemaids can be so catty.
Speaking of which... Lorena glanced about the room, her curious eyes trying to drink in every last detail. Is Figaro here?
Of course, he and I are inseparable. Look.
Taohua crossed the room and sat on the edge of her bed, patting her lap with one hand. As if on cue, Figaro poked his head out from beneath her duvet and padded obediently towards his mistress.
There you are. There's a good boy. Look, Lori has come to play with you again.
Lorena leant forward, hands resting on her thigh. She peered at the cat curiously. Hello? Taohua giggled.
hate to be the bearer of bad news, but he can't understand you, Lorena.
Shut up.
You would rather sit in silence for an hour?
I didn't say that.
What a complicated girl. I'm afraid I don't understand what you want from me, not one bit.
I don't want anything from you. Just your company. Being in Taohua's presence was more than enough. Oh, we've changed. With the soft sigh, Lorena took a seat on the edge of Taohua's bed. Though she had a room to herself, the older maid's lodging was not particularly extravagant. Her room was a small one, tucked away beneath the rafters that sloped down so dangerously low one was in danger of bumping their head if they stood on their tiptoes. At least a tall woman like Tahoe would be. Lorena was in no such immediate danger herself, but the closeness of the ceiling still set her on edge. The room was rather sparse. Taohu owned few personal possessions, no loose ribbons for her hair or pieces of jewelry or hand-sewn comforters. There were, however, books, a small stack of them balanced on the floor by Taohua's bed. On Taohua's bedside, there laid a gilt hairbrush with a thick handle and a pitcher of water. Was that for Figaro?
I do love looking after my pets.
You're far more doting than you look. Taohu shrugged.
If I like something, I want to take care of it. That's basic human nature.
I have wondered about that from time to time.
My status as a human being.
Well, Lorena shifted on the bed. Her skirt felt cool against her flushed skin. I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself. You are quite unusual.
I know, I get that a lot.
Does it bother you? We're 8 minutes away.
My opinion is immaterial.
But what do you think?
I think a great deal of things.
Then what do you want?
Oh my, this is becoming rather personal.
Taohua prodded the tip of Lorena's nose with her finger.
That, my little Lori, is a rather complex question.
Try me.
Well,
Tawa leaned forward, her voice dropping to a whisper. Got dark.
right now, my little Lori.
Yes. Tawas leant closer still, the tip of her nose almost bumping against Lorena's.
Do you want to try and guess?
I'm not very good at guessing games. And even closer. Tawa's lips really were pretty. They were soft and pale pink. How do you know they're soft? Like apple blossoms. They had been apple trees at Hartwell before Lorena had been thrown out in disgrace. The delicate blossoms that spread across the branches during the spring were beautiful. Lorena had always liked them. A soft fragrance, aroma, lingered around the older woman, of flowers and freshly brewed tea, orange pills, and bergamot. Kiss! It was dazzling.
Right now, my little Lori.
Yes. Lorena's eyelashes fluttered, her cheeks flushed pale pink.
I want you.
Ooh. Ah. For a few moments, it felt as though time had frozen. Even Lorena's heart scattered away inside her chest. What is this? Seemed to cease beating. Her lips parted in a neat little, a surprise, like a fairy ring. Did Talha really mean it? Was she, just teasing her? Lorena did not know. But she did know at the moment Talha looked incredibly, unbelievably beautiful. She's dying. What? Oh, wait. That was you. My God.
What?
It sounded more like something she was going to say right there. Like, what? Talha's lips curved into an elegant smile.
Do you have something you wish to tell me?
Lorena shook her head. Something you want... Oh, sorry. It's all you, man. This is all you.
Then, something you want to show me?
Nods. She nods.
And what would that be?
I just realized I never properly thanked you for helping me all those times before, and I don't want to be indebted to you anymore. So, here. And with that, oh, okay. Oh, look at the butt. That's a butt. That's a butt on the screen. Lorena pressed her lips firmly against Tawwell's. The smell of orange pills grew even stronger, almost intoxicating. Lorena's head swam. I don't know how this pose is possible. I'm going to be honest. Tahoe's lips really were soft. I'm not going to lie. If there's more story after this, we're done. We're done, guys. Lorena's fingers intertwined with Tao's, the palms of their hands pressed flush together. Lorena could feel her chest pressing up against Tahoe's. They were so close, there wasn't a single inch of space between them, not with a chest like that. We got the cover art at least. Yeah, it just took so long. The warmth of her body, the smell of her skin, it was more intoxicating than Lorena had ever imagined. Lorena didn't know how she managed to make her way to the servants' quarters after that rather intense encounter with Tao. She walked through the hallway on unsteady legs that threatened to give out beneath her at any given moment. The 16 steep steps she had to climb to her attic bedroom was a perilous trek indeed, even more dangerous than an expedition to the Arctic. Was it just a kiss? Who knows? When Lorena entered her room, still clad in her maid uniform, her hair rumpled and her cheeks pale pink, she looked so out of sorts, not even Prim could poke fun at her. But that didn't stop her from being suspicious. And where on earth have you been? Oh, Miss Smith wanted me. Why is your face red?
You haven't been drinking, have you?
Not that black fluid. Lorena blinks at Effie, her curiosity momentarily trumping her confusion. What black fluid? Oh, Lorena, you can't turn the bottom of the bottle. For solace, my uncle Oscar took the drinking after the death of my aunt Federica, and he never was the same since. Lorena appreciated the concern, she supposed. But why did Lizelot concern have to so very proud, very loud, and so very Swiss? It was giving her a headache. Don't worry about me, I'm fine. And I haven't been drinking, for goodness sakes. Like Taro's, just Taro's saliva, which was even sweeter than Lorena had allowed herself to imagine. Not that she routinely spent time imagining the taste of Tahoe's saliva, of course. You look rather unsteady on your legs. Maybe you should sit down. Really, I am fine. I think I just feel a bit of a cold coming on. Like, whew. And to further prop up her flimsy lie, Lorena coughed quite feebly into her hands. 18 hours! We hit it! Yay! We did it! Let's go! Prim pulled a face and shifted back to her bed, trying to put as much space between herself and Lorena's phantom pathogens as possible. Happy birthday! Aw, thank you! Thank you. I'm just glad we survived, and thank you guys for hanging out this long. I'm gonna see as far as we can get with this and then call it. If you are sick, make sure you don't infect me. I know, right? This is the longest stream I've ever had. Look at that, 18 hours, jazz hands. The whole funny thing is, it was gonna be 24, but I wanted to eat food, haha. If you are sick, make sure you don't infect me.
We don't want your diseases.
I'll do my best. Lorena's head spun, her fingers were trembling, so too was her heart. Maybe she considered weakly it wasn't a lie after all. Maybe she really was sick. She felt sick. Sick in the head. Sick in the heart. Hydrate. Why had she kissed her? What had come over her? What on earth would her mother say? Please eat some good food for us. I will take photos of food for y'all and show you the food I'm gonna have. Her mother. Maybe she should write a letter. No, if that might make her feel better, don't. Of course, it would make her feel worse. Curry for me? Nice. Mine's will be, I'm going to Texas Roadhouse because it's my favorite. They give me bread, and carbs my favorite thing in the world. Knowing Lorena, it would make her feel worse. But she couldn't know until she tried. Why is this still going? How is this not over? This is impossible. Lorena exhaled heavily and ran her hands through her hair. I'm going to save, and then I'm going to go to the main menu and see what it looks like, because I don't know what this has. I'm going to be honest with you guys. This was okay at first. It was very eloquent, and then it became really boring. And that was 5 hours. That wasn't even, like, we saved randomly just to see what the saves looked like, so... Oh, it's locked until we finish it? Well, I don't know how many pictures there are in this. You are disowned, Lori. I'm not gonna risk it. I don't know how much more is going on. I'm assuming we have to resolve the child stuff. We could possibly finish it another day. I might Google to see, like, if anyone has an idea of where the story is at in terms of completion, please, and rest good. Oh, I want to sleep so bad. All right, so this is going to be a VOD that is broken up into multiple pieces. So if you see this ending on multiple videos, just know it was a very long stream that was 18 hours and I cut it into smaller videos. So thank you guys so much for watching. If you're checking me out on YouTube, you can see all my more recent stuff on Twitch. I stream about 3 times a week. And if you're on Twitch and you want to enjoy the stuff we've already had, yeah, I'll delete the stream. The stuff we've already had, you can check out YouTube and see all the VODs on there. We had a lot of fun. There was some stuff, but you know what? It was a great stream, and I appreciate you guys all hanging out with me all day. Like, some of y'all have been in chat all day. Thank you, Ray. Thank you, Asia. Thank you, Jade. Thank you, Prim. Who else? Tarp. Was Tarp in here today? Laura was here today. Everyone who popped in randomly. Trico. Max. Eunice and Ray also for jumping in and playing games. Ninja did pop in today. Blue. Yeah, everybody who stopped in, and thank you guys so much for saying hi. I hope you guys have a lovely time, and I will see you guys later, so much later. Thank you guys. Thank you for the birthday wishes. Thank you so much. Bye, guys.